This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening. Welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host this evening. The views and opinions expressed on our show are not necessarily the views, opinions of myself, Targeted Massachusetts, nor Stars International. And we're rolling. Tonight we have a very special guest, Midge Mathis. She'll be joining us as soon as she gets on the line. And I just wanted to run down a couple of things while we were waiting. In the beginning, Patrick Flanagan invented the neurophone. He was in high school at the time. And then, from then on, we went to Alan Frey. His work comes up. And there are many links and offshoots to Alan Frey's work. And then we come upon this February, just 2 weeks ago, this coming Friday, and that's MIT 2019 published in Optical Letters. And I did bring that up last week, I believe, and Optical Letters, in a sense, brought out the fact that they were bringing V2K to people with lasers. So if MIT is admitting to this now, chances are very good that it has been out there for quite some time. And I further pointed out that a simple YouTube video on how to showed a gentleman actually projecting audio to his backyard to a receiver. That's the only difference. In MIT's version, there is no receiver, just the recipient, the TI. Now, they pulled this article from mainstream media, as a matter of fact, all media, and at this point in time, they replaced it with experiments on mice. So we've now become mice, I guess, but we know we're men and women, and I'm sure they do. But that document is available. I've sent it out to a few people that have been interested in it. And I've got, it's not rare, but this particular article was only published in...
Stop!
Well, that's not cool. But, oh well. This meeting will be muted as soon as Midge Mathis gets here.
I'm here. Can you hear me, Frank?
Yes, I can. Is that you, Midge?
That's me. I'm here.
Okay. Hold on a couple of minutes and we'll see if we can get some more people in here.
Okay.
It's great to hear.
I like what you said about MIT because I heard that as well from an independent news source who reported it on the Silver Star News Network about MIT.
Right. You know, and a lot of tabloids have, reported on this online, and the articles were pulled. And I believe Wired was caller 12. You've got a bad mic or something. We're going to mute everybody shortly anyway so that Midge can speak. And let me unmute you, Midge. Okay, I was just going to, while we're waiting for people to come in, I was just going to read some of this. Now, this only came out in Venezuela, of all places. And it says, in March 2012, Russia's defense minister, Anatoly Sojurikov, said at a meeting with Prime Minister Vladimir Putin, the development of weaponry based on new physics principles, directed energy weapons, geophysical weapons. Now we have to think about that one. So geophysical means they may be using the planet's own signature to transport these weapons. So then we have genetic weapons. Okay, that's self-explanatory. We have psychotronic weapons. Now, this is part of the state arms procurement program for 2011 through 2020, and that's Russia. The world media reacted to his hinting about the open use of psychotronic weapons by publishing scientific experiments from the 1960s in which electromagnetic waves were used to transmit simple sounds into the human brain. However, most of them avoided saying that extensive scientific research has been carried out in this area throughout the world since then. Colombian newspaper El Expador, I'm sorry, it's Colombia, it wasn't Venezuela, was only one of a few to publish an article covering the full scale of the achievement of this research. Now, what I will do is I will put the link to this article. This is care of Anne from New York. I will put this in the chat as soon as it cooperates with me. And it's not cooperating. Okay, let me see. All right, I've got it. Just take me a second. Oh, and Midge, I just wanted to say I'm so sorry to hear about all that you've gone through in the beginning and now seeing it once again. And that is terrible.
Thank you.
Midge has retired to an undisclosed location to recover from this actually very recent attack. And it almost seems like they're using a microwave with the door taken off on you. And it's terrible, very terrible to listen to. Well, I think we've got some people here now, and if you'd like to start out, they'll be checking in momentarily. I think every couple of seconds you'll hear a beep. So if you'd like to proceed, go right ahead.
Yes. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for having me on the show, for asking me. It is my honor and privilege to be here. You know, I have gone through probably the worst time of my targeting, and I am very happy and thrilled to have made it. I have been severely burned since October 10th up until 2 weeks ago when I finally left Arizona. And so it was an accumulation of burns every 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I would get burned at my daughter's, I would get burned in the car, and I would get burned at my home. And it was being done by the drone program is out of Fort Huachuca in Arizona, and they have the microwave. They have the microwave equipment on the drones. So it's probably going to take me a while to recover because the burns were so severe. But we can just back up a little bit, and then I'll continue on about what has happened.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay, great. So, I've been a TI since 2014, and I think some of you do know my story, whereby I had a civil suit against my ex-husband and his business partner, and that's how it all started. They weren't happy with me, and they got a FISA, an illegal FISA, and it was a kangaroo court that I was set up in by my ex and his business partners. And the next thing I know, I'm in this program. So I've learned a lot. I've come a long way. I had no idea anything like this existed, as I'm sure the same thing had happened to all of you. So it's been a process. I've moved out of state twice from Arizona to try to get away from it, and it does catch up to you. And then I had made up my mind to move back to Arizona and that I was going to fight this because no one has the right to do this to anyone. And I know a lot of people experience the same thing. I've been run off the road. I've nearly lost my life several times. I've had several attempts on my life. And, no one should have to go through this whatsoever.
May I add something, Midge? I was just curious as to the origin of this. Do you think this has anything to do with your breakup, or did it contribute to it, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because my ex and his business partners are very, very powerful, and a lot of money. And so I was never supposed to leave the marriage. And from there, everything just spiraled out of control. I had no idea that anyone could do anything like this to another person and get by with it. So it's been rather shocking to me because, I had this little Pollyanna life. I had a nice job. I started getting workplace mobbing, and it's just been a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. So luckily, I know a lot of people lose their families and stuff when they get targeted. Luckily, I've been able to maintain a lot of my relationships. I'm just very grateful and very blessed that it has worked out that way. I've had friends that I've had all my life who have stood beside me. But what I've learned is that I don't talk about it all the time to my relatives and my friends. I did in the beginning, and it wasn't good. I pushed everybody away. And since then, I've learned that it's just best not to talk about it if possible, because it's so frightening, and it's just unbelievable that anybody could be harmed and there are no consequences. So I filed many police reports. I've gone to the FBI twice. I've been poisoned, and I have evidence of that from a hair analysis test and a patch test with Dr. Staninger. I have been implanted. And I've been scanned by Melinda Kidder, so I have proof of that. It's just been a huge whirlwind trying to wrap my brain around what's happened and who's involved. It's very extensive. It's a scary thing to go through. That's for sure. So, anything specific you want to ask, Frank? Just because I'm an open book, total open book, and so you just ask me, okay? It's been such a process to get here. Now, nobody would recognize me. Go ahead.
Any way that we can help you as a group, as a community, to reach out, perhaps, and give this company the razzle dazzle? uh, that your ex works for? Or
Yeah, he doesn't work for anybody. He owns it. I mean, he's a billionaire,
okay,
and and so he has a lot of businesses, major businesses. Um, but what happened? This is probably the biggest crux of it all, is that going through the divorce, there were a lot of businesses and properties that were never disclosed to me during my marriage and during the divorce. And so I eventually figured that out, and the amount is astounding. So Arizona law is this, that if the injured party in a divorce figures out and can prove that there were many businesses and a lot of money that were never disclosed during the divorce, then they get 100% of the proceeds. So that was never my intention. But I have to tell you, these guys, they really guard their money. And you've heard of all kinds of stories where people's, homes were taken, their accounts shut down, and I'm no different. These guys are very greedy, and so it's presented a lot of different problems. But I will have to say that you learn to be a survivor. That's for darn sure. It's not the most fun time, but you do learn to appreciate your life, and you realize that, life is so short. And even though we're targeted, I think it's just so important that we try to maintain some kind of a normalcy of our daily life, because we can't go back and get those days over again. And so I try to maintain happiness and joy despite everything. I mean, I just hope that one day we're all able to bring this program down. And I tend to think that we're on the right track. I think the cockroaches are starting to scatter. So I do want to thank you, Frank, for signing the cease and desist letters that Targeted Justice has recently sent out. And yes, I don't know if you have seen all the signatures that we had of the letters that were sent out yesterday to the FBI and the DOJ, but we had a long list of people, and one of them was Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot. She signed our cease and desist letter, so we're just really thrilled about that. And those.
Have you heard about the FBI investigation?
I have. Yes.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I did. I did. I guess there's a survey that can be filled out.
Sir, if you can hold your questions until we say that there's going to be a Q&A, I would appreciate it, because it's hard enough for me to try and get in and interject things without having a crowd. But I was going to ask you, Midge, I hope I don't throw you off course. I just wanted to know if you had entertained the thought of taking him back to court on a modification, or if that's possible in your state.
Yes, that's why I had the civil suit, and what happened was that I was able to put together a complex real estate transactions, and there were so many businesses and properties that came to close to $1 billion, and that were never disclosed. So I filed a civil suit against my ex and his business partner, who was also our business attorney, and he was also the agent on my LLC. So I was in the process of taking them to court when the business partner passed away. It came as a shock because he had not been sick, but that's the life these guys live. It's pretty dangerous. And I just hope that one day all TIs can find justification and peace for what they've gone through.
What,
And I do believe it's happening. I think we're going to see that. But anyhow, so I had a civil suit against these guys, and but then the one business partner passed away, and so the civil suit fell apart. I had been receiving information off to the side of the business partner, the attorney. He was helping me, and that was supposed to have been a secret. So I was quite devastated by the death of our business partner, the attorney that I had on this civil suit.
yes. What was his age at the time of his passing?
Oh, gosh, I'm trying to think. It was probably in his 50s.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely very.
Yeah. So it got really scary really quick when I call him C. When C, everything started falling out and stuff. You know how these stories go. There's layer upon layer and characters and my story certainly has all those elements. You know, I didn't realize that when my targeting started, I had hired a PI who I thought was on the up and up, but actually he was my handler, come to find out. So it was his job to inform my ex and everybody else involved as to what I was doing, what my plans were. It was also his job to spend down my money. And he did a really good job of that. And when you're under, this stuff and you're first going through it and you're not aware of what's happening, you're actually under mind control. You're susceptible to the power of suggestion. And looking back on that now, I go, oh my gosh, how could I have done that? Because I just remember one time my friends were helping me. I had a huge garage sale and I had, a lot of friends there. I've always had really good friends. And he was there as well. And the next thing I know, he said, you know what, I need to ask you something. And he pulled me inside the house and he goes, you want me to run all those license plates on all those cars that you took down and stuff? Well, I need $1,000 check to do that. Now, silly me, I should have said, well, why don't you do the work first and then I'll pay you $1,000. That would be the normal process, but I couldn't. You're just, you're in such a state and you are under mind control and you're not aware that all these things are being done to you. You're trying to figure it all out. And so there I did. I just wrote him $1,000 check and I never received a thing from him. So that was his job. And looking back on that now, I'm thinking, what a rat. You were like this double agent. I was very naive. I was in a vulnerable position, scared out of my mind half the time. I was living with some friends who he understood what was happening because he's an aeronautical engineer with a specialty in radio waves. So he did understand what was happening to me and that I was receiving, getting hit with radiation and stuff. I did not know. How could you know this stuff? I think it's by the grace of God are we all lucky just to be here, right? And also that we kind of find our way to these conference calls, and that's where my education started. The very first person that I met was Kate Ryan, and, God bless Kate, because I'll tell you what, she really gave me a history lesson and started educating me because I had no idea. And I've told this story before, how I met Kate on Twitter, and we got to talking, and I was living in North Carolina at the time. And Kate said, well, you need to fly up here because Melinda Kidder's going to be scanning several people. And I said, scanning for what? And she said, well, you've probably been implanted. And I said, implanted for what? I was just so green. I had no idea. And so my friends that who I was living with, they thought that was a good idea. So they encouraged me to fly up and meet Kate and go get scanned by Melinda Kidder. So I said to Kate, well, how will I know it's you at the airport? And she said, well, just be standing outside. I've got a white car, and and I'll have a blue balloon hanging out of the passenger side window. Sure enough, here comes this car, a white car with a blue balloon. And, I was going just honestly on faith that God was leading me in the right direction. So she pulled up, and I opened the door, and I said, "Are you Kate?" And she said, "Yep." And she said, "Are you Midge?" And I said, "Yep." And so she goes, "Hop in." And off we went to go get scanned by Melinda. Well, I was in shock. And the people that were also being scanned were the nicest people ever. And I just kept saying to them, who would want to do this to you? I don't understand all this stuff. And I think after Melinda scanned me, I think I was in shock for about 6 months. I could hardly function. I couldn't believe that another person would do this to me. And then I had to finally come to the conclusion that my ex-husband had me implanted, but he also implanted me during our marriage. And so it's pretty sad and to know that has, happened and that he was capable of doing that to me. I know he could come.
Sad's not the word, but
Sad's not the word. Yeah, pretty sick. But, I have telephoresis. I don't know if anybody knows what that is, but there is a YouTube video, and there's two scientists, and they have a little petri dish. And one scientist puts a little black thing in the petri dish, and then the other scientist does the same thing. But when they touch, they take off growing like a spider web, like so fast, it's unbelievable. And so it looks like a spider web, but it actually are these little sensors, they're implants and wires. So I have that throughout my legs and my arms, and I know exactly when that was done to me. I had lipoma in my right leg, my right thigh.
Midge,
and
for us?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you spell that for us?
Yes, it's TESLA, like Tesla.
Yeah.
And then phoresis, PHORESIS. And so oftentimes with telephoresis, because it's throughout your arms and legs, some people, I think, get that itching really bad. Well, they can turn that on, and you will start that itching, horrible itching. And so they can do other things. They can heat you up. And so I hate to say this, but, my ex did use that at times to make me sick. And now I know exactly how he was doing it. One time in particular, we had been in Canada, at our home in Canada. We were coming back, and we were outside of Vegas, where we had plans to spend the night on our way back to Arizona. And we had stopped quite a ways outside of Vegas to get some gas, and he had made a phone call. And the next thing I know, I'm sicker than a dog, and my whole body is turning red, and I'm itching all over. And so the plan there was trying to make me too sick to leave the room in Vegas so he could go do his thing, whatever that thing was, meeting with other people in business or who knows what. So anyhow, so I was too sick to enjoy myself while I was in Vegas. And so they can do things like that. They can just turn that stuff on. So I do have telephoresis, and it shows up black in your arms and legs when you're scanned. Isn't this just lovely to talk about? Good God. So,
yeah.
So I was, I've been very lucky, more so than a lot of TIs, because I've had wonderful people who have tried to help me. One of them was the former chief of police where I lived, and I did a presentation to the chief and his two detectives and the secretary. The secretary had set up a meeting for me. I wrote them a letter. Of course, they knew what was going on. They know who my ex-husband is. he had bought the golf course that was in bankruptcy that I was living on. And that's kind of shortly after that is when I started seeing him. And one of the last times I saw him in court, before my targeting, I said, I'm not afraid of you. And so he said to me, he looked me up and down, he goes, you will be. Trust me, you will be. And so he was right. So this is what he's done to me. He's a major DOD contractor, and has a lot of contracts. One is with Fort Huachuca, so he can pay people to really mess me up, and so that's what he's done. Sometimes it's out of jealousy if I am around men, or if I try to date someone. Every time when I started Targeted Justice, I hadn't been burned in a very long time, for like over a year. And once I started Targeted Justice and we got together for the first meeting, that's when I started getting burned again. So every time we would get together physically after that, I would get burned. So the burns have gotten increasingly worse. Now, what set off this last episode, I guess, was that might sound silly, but I had posted a picture of myself on Facebook with my old co-ed baseball team, softball team, and I had my arms around one of my teammates, and just friends. Well, I said to myself, well, that's going to get me burned. And sure enough, it wasn't just but a few days later, I got burned severely. And so from there, it was like just, nonstop. I managed to feel good enough and the burning stopped for a little while that I was able to go to Oregon and meet up with Ella and some of the Targeted Justice teammates and, Matthew and others, David Boyd. And so when I got back home from that, then, oh boy, it was hell to pay. Then it just wouldn't stop. And so I just want to tell everyone that I was just sitting on the side of my bed one night getting ready for bed. And I had never, I've been burned all kinds of ways. But this particular night, it was so fast. I could hear the drone coming in. You can't get away from it. And I felt like I was engulfed in this thermal heat. It was almost like someone had dropped this bag over me, my entire body, and I was encased in it, like I couldn't get out of it. And it totally encased my entire body all the way down to my toes. And so I could feel it, and it was hot, and it was uncomfortable. But I could also feel the outline of it, and I knew it was bad. And it sure was. That was one of my worst ones. It was extremely uncomfortable, and I had to start sleeping in the tub because the burns were so horrific. Luckily for me, Kate was in Arizona with her father. Her father lived like 12 minutes away from me. And there again, God's plan, I think, because had it not been for Kate, I would not be here. So she went to urgent care with me. And because she was with me, it turned out really good. And then a month later, when I was burned again so horrifically, I had to go to urgent care by myself. So I went, and now, this all just happened. So I went, and my arms were horribly burned. I was burned everywhere. And when I say everywhere, I mean everywhere. I had never been burned like that before, but I was burned through and through. So my organs got burned, my lungs, I was having a hard time breathing because I was burned on my chest, on my back, my stomach, everywhere possible. I was, and I still am, so still am pretty good. So probably I would say 70% of my body was burned.
Did you were there any, Barbara in the chat wants to know, did you have any kind of pulsing, or was it just this encasement?
Encasement. That encasement burned me everywhere. I had never been burned quite like that before. It was mainly just my face and my neck. But this is the first time that thermal burn, I'll call it that, encased me, and I was burned everywhere. So these are military drones with the microwave weapon. And so what happened when I went to urgent care was that I walked in and I said, I have a rash, because I had just been there. And I said, I have a rash. And so they took me back, and the nurse and the doctor looked at me and he said, this is not a rash. He goes, this is a burn. He goes, who did this to you? So I waited till the nurse left, and I told him. And I told him it was the drones. And, he listened to me, and I thought, okay, what's going to happen here? Well, he left, and he was gone for quite a while. And, how anxious we all get. Gosh, are they going to cart me off, or what's going to happen? Well, there again, by God's grace, the doctor came back in, and he looked at me, and he said, I'm former military intelligence. And I said, so you know? And he goes, I know. And he believed every word I said. So he said, most people wouldn't believe you. And I said, oh, I know that. I've been there. And he says, but I believe you. And so it was such a relief, as you all can imagine. It was such a relief to be talking to someone, and he was so kind. And, we talked about the deep state. I mean, it was just very enlightening moment. I was so relieved. I was so grateful. And then as I started
tell
to
you
weep,
what it was.
He did not tell me what it was. I told him, and he agreed, because I'm the one who knows best. I mean, but there's different ways you can get burned. I mean, I've been burned by satellite as well. So, but this last period, it has been definitely the drones. So, because they can launch they have a launching, like a little launching apparatus that they launch those drones off, and so it's at Fort Huachuca, and it's nothing to fly those up to where I'm living in Phoenix or at my daughter's, and they have an airport that they also use that's really near my daughter, so it's very easily, and you could just, those drones can do a lot of things. They're very, very dangerous. It's the Predator. It's also, there's two others called the M8 and the M9.
Midge, I think you're the victim of possibly a laser attack. I really believe that. And they have wide-angle lasers. They can actually focus them like, have you ever had a mag light flashlight where you can refine the beam to a pinpoint, and then you can turn the top of it and make it a really wide angle? Well, they have lasers like that. And I have a paper that I just retrieved from MIT that concerns laser technology. And I'm going to forward that to you when I get a moment here.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Well, I have had the laser burns. And I have a diagnosis from a doctor. Actually, the first ophthalmologist I saw, he said that my diagnosis says laser burns. And so that's great that you brought that up. And I also have ionizing burns. And I have 5 different doctors' diagnoses that do say burns. This last one, it was thermal burn. And then I have an ER visit where they say, all they said they said also ionizing burn, and one doctor thought it was a chemical burn. Now, this last time, I think I got heavily poisoned along with the burn. The burns are not going away very easily, and I feel like I've gotten poisoned. Hildy seems to think I have as well. I also talk about when I was horribly assaulted while I was driving in Phoenix, and out of nowhere, everything got wavy around me, and I had the sensation of being decapitated. I seriously felt like my head had been cut off, and it was sitting on my shoulder. And I knew right away that something had happened to me. I was also very aware that there were 2 perp cars in front of me going a certain speed. So you have to be going a certain speed. You can't be going fast for them to hit you with this stuff. But there I was, just simply driving. I was going to my girlfriend's house. And the next thing I know, I get really nauseous. The interior of the car and just beyond the hood got very wavy looking. And I felt like, honestly, my head was sitting on my right shoulder. In fact, I kept looking at my right shoulder because I thought my head was there. And I felt like I was going to cause an accident, so I was looking for a place to drive off in the desert. It was the worst feeling ever. And to know they can do that to you while you're driving, I mean, it's just hideous. And so it didn't take too long. I mean, it did clear up, and I was able to drive on to my girlfriend's house. And I told her, I said, the weirdest thing has just happened to me. And I think I got burned again. And I'm so grateful that I shared it with her, because less than 36 hours later, I'm in the hospital. And I'm severely burned, but that time it looked totally different. It looked more like a flash burn. And there again, I mean, I'm so grateful to Hildy, because she called down to the emergency room and told the doctor, this is my patient, this is what has happened to her, and she's on her way in. And so because of that, I was treated very well. I also knew the intake nurse since she was a little girl. And I also had been a manager in upper management at the hospital. So everything was in my favor. But what happened at that ER visit was that they diagnosed me as having ionizing radiation. And then they insisted I call the police and file a report. So I'm on the phone with the police officer, and the male nurse was still in my room, and she said, "Oh, whose voice do I hear in the background?" And I said, "It's the nurse." And she said, "Well, can I speak to him?" And I said, "Sure." And so I knew what she was doing. She's checking me out. So he grabs the phone, and he's talking to her, and he goes, "No." He said, "Emergency room." And he said, "No, radiation burns." And he got this really strange look on his face, and he handed the phone back to me, and I didn't even give her a chance. And I just said, "Shame on you." I said, "You're thinking that I'm a behavioral health patient and that I'm in the mental ward instead of in the emergency room." She started stuttering. She was, well, she said, I said, "You know what? You haven't even seen me, and you're already trying to label me." And I said, "This is such a huge disservice to someone like myself, and you should be ashamed of yourself." I mean, they need to be ashamed. I mean, this was outrageous. So the next day, they did send out 2 police officers to my home, and they brought a professional photographer to take pictures. And so, but what happened there was that everything got squashed. And I was home one day, and also this car drives up, and there's 2 people who look like police officers. And so I let them in the house, and I'm talking to them, and all of a sudden I go, "Wait a minute, where's your ID? You don't have any ID on you? Do you have a card?" They had nothing. They were pretend police officers. So obviously they were paid by my ex. And so I was so traumatized at the time I couldn't I mean, I needed to follow the police department and tell them what happened, but I couldn't. I was just so traumatized at the time because I was still having a hard time figuring everything out. So one of these days I will follow through with that. So I have 2 sets of professional pictures with two different police departments. And I just want to back up for a little bit. That wonderful police chief that helped me and opened up a stalking investigation, he left his career because what happened to me. And then we had one conversation after he left the force. And he said, you know, your ex-husband is an evil, evil man. And one day his evil will catch up to him. And it's a hard thing to hear. I mean, it really is for me because it's so personal. I know a lot of you all don't know who's doing this to you or why. And I can't imagine how hard that is. That's got to be so horrific. So I guess I'm lucky to know who. And I know why, and I know how it was done, how I was set up in a kangaroo court to get a FISA, and they put me in this program. So I'm really angry at the judge who, through my divorce decree issues, post-decree issues, because this isn't the only way that I've been targeted. My ex-husband turned me into the IRS. He was creating bogus W-2s saying that I had worked for him as an employee when I had never, ever worked for him. And he claimed that I had not claimed these wages on my income taxes the first year after I left him. And so it took me 2 years and thousands of dollars to get that all cleared up with the IRS. So I've been the victim of a lot of corruption and lies. So, I could just go on and on about the things that have been done to me. It's outrageous. So this last time that I got burned, and Kate Ryan, again, she was in Phoenix, and she went to the police with me and filed a police report with a very nice detective. But this is how it went. The police detective said, well, this is non-criminal, because I really cannot attach your ex-husband to the crime. It was like, well, you haven't even investigated it. How can you say that? I didn't say that to her, but I wanted to. But she was really nice. And, and when you do go to the police, I have found that if you are very pleasant and you don't put up too much of a fuss, that you stay calm, cool, and collected, that you will do much better. It doesn't really do you any good to go in agitated and take it out on them. Some police officers don't even know what's going on. And so there are a lot of good people out there in the FBI and on the police departments and fire departments. And, they're innocent. They really are. They don't really have a clue. And I know a lot of us do get stalked by police and by EMS, the paramedics and stuff. But oftentimes, they're just following orders. And so what I have to also tell you is that I have discovered the name of the surveillance company in Arizona. They're also in 49 other states. And what happened there, again, by the grace of God, someone has helped me. I had a doctor who told me the name. And so I have the name. It's called Arizona Enhanced. The key word is enhanced surveillance. And so I checked it out. Massachusetts has that surveillance company. I did a little research the other day in preparation for tonight. So that is a surveillance company. And what I did from there is that I found the executive order. And once I found that executive order, I found all the other ones. So I have all that information. It's probably one of the reasons why I got burned, because I confronted the doctor. And I said to the doctor, do you have any idea what these poor folks are going through that are under surveillance. I said, it is cruel beyond words. And when he came in to talk to me, he brought in his secretary who had a computer, and she took down everything I was saying. And he said, well, you know, perhaps these lists are corrupted. And I said, yes, they are corrupted, because I can tell you that there are so many innocent people who are being surveilled. And I said, this is against our civil rights. It's against the Constitution. I said, this is wrong. And at that time, well, he asked me who my ex-husband was. And when I told him, the look on his face was awful. And then he checked to see if I was wired. So, you know, what I'm trying to tell you is that everybody's scared. You know, all the professionals. I mean, it's not just us. Everybody's under scrutiny. It's the way the system has been set up. Also, I want to tell you guys that I have a friend who's a doctor, and he was telling me that the suicides amongst doctors is extremely high. It's as high as the veterans per day, which is 22. And I have to believe that the doctors are just very distraught because they know what's going on and they're powerless to do anything about it. There has been a group of doctors who are stepping out, as well as scientists who have formed their own, whistleblower groups. And so they are trying. I have retained Professor Curtis Bennett out of British Columbia as my expert witness because he knows about the smart meters and the cell towers. That's his specialty. So I have retained him, and he has taught me a lot. So he has actually taken my pictures to conventions and meetings with scientists. And he said when I showed them your pictures, he said some of the scientists started crying because they know what's going on. And they're trying their best, to stop it. Curtis has done many wonderful things for me. My pictures have also gone to the White House. He was in a meeting, and he took my pictures and was involved in something last year and helped present my case. So I'm just really grateful. I've had a lot of wonderful people who have tried to help me. But this is really, really big because the enhanced surveillance, and the key word here is enhanced because the government uses certain words that mean like ultimate, so that when, on a paper or whatever, talking to each other, it will define certain things, and then that will, tell the next person exactly, what it is. So enhanced is, a key word like enhanced interrogation is waterboarding. Counterterrorism refers to us as TIs. So when you see like international counterterrorism, that's this program. So enhance is the key word here. And then I did a subsidiary search because the subsidiary searches will tell you what other businesses are involved, and that will lead you to other answers. So once I started doing that, I found the laboratory that are doing the experiments on me, and it's called Arizona Laboratories. It used to be the U.S. Air Force Laboratory in Phoenix. So then I continued on, and I'm just here to tell you that all of this goes to somebody very big in Washington, D.C. So if any of you know how to do subsidiary searches and how to do a certain type of research, you will find the name attached to all of this. And it's probably someone who I really don't want to say it on the call. If you want to call me or email me, I'll tell you who it is. But it's, this criminal cabal in Washington, D.C., and that's a given. So I have done all the research to that. I've shown it to some of my teammates, to Richard Lighthouse, and he said, oh, my gosh, of course. But so this, cabal, this evil cabal has been built up for a long, long time, the deep state, and it involves a lot of, very wicked people in Washington, D.C. And so I know this program has been for a long time, but the Patriot Act is what set it off during the Obama administration, and it was implemented and put out there by Eric Holder. So, it's just horrific. I feel so bad for everybody. I really do, but I do believe we have a good chance to bring it down. I do believe it's all falling apart, and we just all have to hang in there and be very strong. We will see this end.
Well, I would like to tell you, I think you are one strong woman, and you are a great example for the women in the audience and the men, because weren't those burns categorized as third degree, some of them?
Yeah, they went to the bone. The doctor told me that they had burned my bones, and I can feel it. So, I have a lot of great advice for anybody who's getting any burns. I know that I talked to Mary Lamont in Canada yesterday, and she has been severely burned. And I know there's a few other people. So what happens is that it sucks the calcium out of your system immediately. And I know for me, it's been, I can't even touch some of my bones. At one point, I couldn't breathe, and my rib cage was extremely tender. Just to expand my lungs, it was impossible almost. So, again, Hildy said, start pouring down the calcium. Drink whole milk, not 2%, not 1%, not skim. Whole milk with vitamin D. And I drink a lot of milk. And that helps with everything. Or eat Tums. Or, calcium. You need to replenish your calcium. Niacin is important. I just had some blood work done, and the niacin was very low, as well as potassium, because it does take out the potassium. And Frank, I really appreciate your kind words. I'm trying to be strong. What happened this last time, guys, is that my family saw my grandchildren, because it happened 3 times at my daughter's. And so it was over the holidays. And, my birthday was on Thanksgiving, as well as my grandson's this year, because he was born on my birthday. And I wasn't able to go because to my daughter's for Thanksgiving, because I was so severely burned. I look like a freak. And so I couldn't participate. But Christmas, I was at my daughter's, and I got burned. And, they were very loving and very kind. They're scared for me. They don't know what's going on. I was burned over Halloween, and my grandson goes, oh, gosh, Yaya, you could go as a tomato. He said, we'll just put a little stem on the top of your head. And so we try to keep the sense of humor up. I hate it that they've seen their Yaya this way. My eyes look like alien eyes, because this is what's happened. The corner of my eyes where the muscles come together, they've been radiated so many times that they've been weakened extremely. And so the lower lids are tipping out. And that's what the ophthalmologist told me. And he said, you've had this done to you more than you know. And so he said, you're going to have surgery to correct it, because then once the lower lids tip out, then your eyes weep a syrupy substance all the time. And then you've seen burn victims where they look like their skin gets really tight and it's pulled down. That happens to me. And you can ask Kate. Get up in the morning. She has seen me where everything is very tight and pulls everything down. My eyes, my skin, my entire face, my neck. And I look like an alien, and I can't talk because everything is so tight. until I can get in the shower, and it takes steam, and I have to steam everything up in order to get that thoroughly stuff off my skin. And so that's the point where I'm at now. And I'm having a hard time going outside because the eyes are very susceptible to more damage with wind and everything because the lower lids are tipped out. And you can actually see into my eyes. Like, it's just not pleasant. I mean, it's freaky looking. I feel like I've had to stay indoors primarily since October. And, I help out with my grandchildren. And, it's frightening for them. And I should be able to be around my family, but obviously my ex doesn't want me around my family. And so I think he's trying to run me out of Arizona.
Yeah, we won't let him do that. The first question, if you'd like to take one, that would be from Ashley in Arkansas.
Okay, that'd be great.
All right.
Hey, Midge, I just wanted to confirm if you got I sent you a screenshot of where I found that someone had filed a death certificate or something for you in North Carolina. Did you get that message from me? It was a while ago.
I did not.
Okay,
I'll tell you what. Well, I just want to tell you.
Go ahead.
Well, since I am where I'm at right now trying to recover, my phone has been compromised, and I cannot call one single targeted justice teammate at all, nor can I call a couple other teammates. So my phone is, you know how that happens. So if you sent me anything, it may have been compromised.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I figured that maybe. Is there somebody else's email or somebody else's somewhere else that you would like for me to try to send that information to you, or do you want to just try to find it? It was North Carolina, and it said that it was verified. Probably somebody collected life insurance on you in that state.
No, that would be great. You can send it to my Proton mail. Would be great.
Okay, it's just that's on the Targeted Justice site, right?
Yeah, it's Bella. It's Bella. Coola, Coola. It's a town in British Columbia. And so it's Bella Coola at protonmail.com.
Okay, I'll see that. And then my question was on my, there's no way to search UCC filings or any of that by your social security number?
The social security number is not what's really important. I mean, they do use it, but there's other things that they do use. And so I've been able to identify that I am in the AI program because I have a gift of discovery. And, my ex and his business partners know that. And so I don't like to say I'm clairvoyant, but I just know stuff, and I've been able to predict things that have come true. And he knows that. I gave them a lot of their business ideas, and they were wealthy to begin with, but they're very, very wealthy now. And, they own Dunkin' Donuts, and that was my suggestion because Dunkin' Donuts was not doing well. And I said, if I were you, I'd buy Dunkin' Donuts and build it up. And so that's what they did. And so anyhow, the Social Security number, oddly enough, the searches that I do, I have not been able to pull up a lot of stuff using the Social Security numbers. I did pull up something for Karen Stewart in Arizona using a system that I use, and I was able to find a trust account from the NSA on Karen.
Well, the only part of your searches that I was unclear about was the ones where you said you were finding stuff about your kids and stuff, and I don't know where you went into more detail. I watched the interviews of Karen Stewart and with Ramola, I think it was, and maybe another one, but I didn't quite catch the one part where you the one type of searches I didn't do. But there is some auto loans and some mortgages associated. And I can't get the credit reporting agencies to give me further information. Do you know how I can obtain that information?
Well, the kind of searches that you're talking about that I was doing, using the assessor website in different counties and different states, because the assessor website shows ownership. Like, say, if you owned a bunch of businesses or a
Yes,
bunch of
ma'am.
houses, this is where the information is kept.
Yes, ma'am. I
And
do that.
so,
I've searched a lot of
yeah,
counties, but the only way to do it is just county by county by county by county in every state.
every county is
Okay,
different. Every state is
I thought there
different. The
might be a
system
shorter way to do it, but yes, ma'am, I can do that. I've been doing
yeah.
that.
No, you have to learn. You have to teach yourself the system for your county or whatever county you want to.
And it's different. I've even done Arizona. I found things with my name, but I don't know that it's me necessarily in Arizona as well.
Oh wait, yeah. I've done searches for people for a while there, was teaching classes, and then it just got to be too much for me because a lot of people did not understand it, and also it took a lot of time.
Well, do you have a
So,
recording of what taught that like we can access that?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have a recording of like you're teaching it to someone where, you know, because since I do understand it, if I could.
Yeah, right. No, and the thing is that it was so time consuming because I'd have to teach myself
Every
the county,
say,
the
yeah, it's
state,
different everywhere.
and so it took. Yeah, I was spending so much time. I'd spend, I think, one person. When I was doing, if I did it right, and I was trying to, connect their name to different assets and trust accounts, it would take me 3 to 4 months. One person. And so, that's just not the way to go. Now what I'm doing is that I know how to, research the businesses that are involved, the corporations, and so I have key names going to different things, like the L3 technology that's also attached to the drones. It's also attached to satellites.
And everybody's using CT corporation systems, CT corporation system or like a federal, they're all using the same registered agents, it looks like to me, on Visipedia.
Yeah. This stuff is so specific. And according to the county, according to the system, they work totally different. Now, the one that I did in Florida for Karen in Tallahassee, Florida, totally different one here in Arizona, but it gave me all kinds of information. It also showed me that our Social Security numbers are being used to get loans, so they can buy up all the the real estate that they can buy up, because what happens is that, and they stopped teaching civics in school. So the deal is that whoever is the king of of real estate, whoever has the most amount and owns the largest landowner, it goes back to feudal times, and so you're in charge, and so you're in control. If you have a lot of real estate, a lot of businesses, corporations, and stuff, on the railroads. And so what this cabal has done is that they have put themselves into a position of owning the railroads, airlines,
Well,
you
I
name
looked
it.
at ssa.gov, and that's how I confirmed that there are auto loans and mortgages in my name that I had no knowledge of, and I can't get anywhere in trying to find that information about those loans because they won't give me the information. I run into roadblocks everywhere I go with it.
Well, one of the best things did you run a credit report on Experian and all this stuff? Okay.
And those don't show up on there. And when I call them, they said, I would get mixed answers, but they couldn't give me any further information about it. And then it was erased from at first it wouldn't let me go back and search my past credit reports when I set up the account with them. And then by the time that I was able to go back and look, it wasn't there.
It gets tricky. If you can kind of check out, you can go to Medicare, and you can try to pull up an account on your name. I just did that, and I saw all these nefarious loans and things that I had never taken out.
For Medicare, I can still try to do that.
You can try to, you can do that. I did go to the Medicare office, and I reported what I found. And, but there again, they're just not going to tell you anything. They're too afraid to do that.
Thank you. I
I
didn't mean to
mean,
spend so much of the time with my questions, y'all.
that's okay. I mean, it's what I wish, I could do this for everybody and figure it all out for them. But, I can honestly say that that's what's happening. They are using our social security numbers. I took it to the FBI. I had specific people in my life that I had researched, and I saw that their trust accounts, their social security numbers were being used to get loans to purchase properties in Arizona. I took all that to the FBI. They validated and confirmed everything that I showed them. And then, they said, you need to go to Secret Service, which handles RICO.
Wow.
And told me to go to them in Phoenix. I did not go. I did call them because I didn't want to go because my ex-husband's business office is right across the street from the Secret Service. And, but I did call them, and they said, they asked me certain questions. They asked me what bank was involved, and I told them, and then they said, we can't help you. And the reason being is because who's involved at that bank. And I really don't want to say it over the call because I've learned not to say certain things. They're all way bigger than I am. And because also of what we're doing with targeted justice, we're sending out those cease and desist letters, and they're taking it out on me. So that's one of the reasons also why I'm getting burned so severely. But we're on the right track. And, we
anything besides Silvadine that you can use for that, for the burns?
I'm sorry, what?
Besides Silvadine, is there anything good for the burns?
Oh, the SSD cream, aloe vera plant.
Yeah, aloe vera plant.
Aloe vera plant. Antihistamines like Benadryl, because it's like a poison and you're allergic to it. You just itch all over. So a lot of milk. Detoxing. I do all kinds of stuff. But a lot, with radiation, if you're burned severely, it just has to work its way through your system. So I don't know if I'm ever going to look normal again. I still look pretty hideous right now. It's, pretty frightening. So.
I doubt that you're hideous. I bet you're not hideous at all.
Oh, thank you. Oh, no, I look pretty hideous.
Are you monitoring your intake of fluids? Is it to that point, or are you much better?
I drink a lot of liquids every day. Yes, absolutely.
Frank, can I ask a question?
Hi.
Barbara's first. You're welcome to.
Okay, Midge. Hi, it's Melinda from Sherman Oaks.
Oh, hi, Melinda.
Hi, sweetie. I really am so empathetic with you. I want to tell you about a product I found. Now, I'm not selling this. I'm telling you, my bones went to osteopenia, and now they're normal. So I'm recommending this product for bone strength. And you can get it on Amazon. And it's called Naturello, Naturelo. That is the manufacturer. It's called Bone Strength Plant Calcium Complex with magnesium, C, D3, K2, and zinc. And I think it might be healthier than milk, unless you're getting raw milk, just because they're bastardizing the milk also, as you may know. But just
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Naturello is the manufacturer, Naturelo, and it's called Bone Strength Plant Calcium Complex. It's really wonderful. I've been taking it, 120. I take 2 a day. 60. I've been taking it for 120 days, so that's, 3-4 months. And my bones have really strengthened. So I do recommend it. And if there's one thing you yourself can take control of, perhaps it's this to begin your healing, in addition to your, the skin healing and the dermis and all the other organs. But if you feel maybe you're in control of my bones, I'm getting my bones strong, it can give you a little boost every day. And let me ask you something. Is one of the perpetrators of this evil that you know has recently died in your state? Recently,
Well, the one guy died. The one guy died during the civil suit that I had under mysterious circumstances. He and I were friends, and he was giving me information off to the side.
Was he a member of government? I mean, a bigwig in government who died, perhaps, in charge of any of this?
Yes, I know who you're talking about. Yes, he was a business partner of my ex-husband.
John McCain?
Yes.
Shit. Pardon me. I'm so sorry. Yeah, he was not a good man. I'm sorry.
No.
And,
No, not at all. He ran the pedophilia rings in Arizona, and that's a given.
Yeah.
And this has been validated by other people who are in the know, people who have radio stations, independent radio stations in Arizona. I certainly thought he was protecting my ex-husband, but I thought things would get better once he passed away, and they have not. So, you know, the Department of Justice is worthless.
Yeah,
I called them and spoke with them, and you know, after much heeing and hawing and leaving the phone and coming back, they go, you know what, you need to call Washington, D.C. They gave me the number. I called Washington, D.C. I mean, this has only happened just like a month ago. So I talked to Washington, D.C., and this is what they said. We can't help you. We don't take reports here or do anything like that. And I said, you got to be kidding me. Your Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. What do you do? And, you know, a lot of these government entities don't do anything. So I want to say that, you know, I was watching an independent news show the other day, and I said this on Ellis Call the other night. It's called Silver Star News Network. It's William Mount is his name, and he's talking about how worthless the DOJ is, and he's going down this list of things they don't do, and out of the blue he says there are some folks called targeted individuals, and this is what's happening to them. And MIT has come out and said that they are beaming voices into their heads, and the DOJ knows about it, and they don't do anything. So he had us on this long list of things the DOJ does nothing. But this guy has 162,000 subscribers. So for him to say targeted individuals, I was like, what? This is cool. So I sent him a message and thanked him. So, you know, people know. Lisa Haven, she has an independent show. She's great. My friend Dave Hodges, he's awesome.
Yeah. Also,
I know her. She's great.
You Are Free TV just mentioned targeted individuals yesterday. Yeah, they're getting very wise, and it's coming out in all channels. I listened to I got a little booklet. I went and bought one. And I'm going to write down every time TIs are mentioned, because I come with knowledge, but I forget who said it. So I'm going to be very specific. It was You Are Free TV, a site that you might like yourself, Midge. You Are Free. It's either a she or a he. I don't care. I like the person. Very intricate details on what's happening. Not quite organized perfectly, but she's really good. There's a lot of other stuff. I'll get your number from Ella, because I have a lot of information I could help you with.
Yeah, I want you to call me. I've wanted to do that for a long time. There's also Jason Goodman, who has teamed up with Kevin Shipp.
Terrific. He's terrific.
Yeah,
and Kevin is to die for. I would take him home and swallow him alive, but I believe he is married, and I do have morals, so I haven't thought any further on that topic.
Well, Jason Goodman flew out to Phoenix and went to court with Mike Barden, who lives near me, and he's a TI.
Good
and then they did a show from Mike's house.
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, and so I wish I could have met Jason while he was there. And so we have sent Jason my pictures. Ella did. Or asking, because Ella did an interview, and I was supposed to do an interview with him, and then I got so severely burned that I had to back out. then I thought, you know what? I need to do an interview with my face burn so people can start really seeing what this is like.
Yeah.
But then
boy, I wish Geraldo Rivera was doing his. He did the best investigative stuff, but they've all been muzzled. All the
they all have been muzzled.
National people have been muzzled. They can't do the work they did 10 years ago, even.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to encourage people to do is step outside the community, like what Melinda's talking about, what I'm talking about. Start listening to these other shows, and you'll find that they're talking about the same thing. And they are in the know. They do know what's going on. And so it's really important. I've learned so much from doing that. I just started making it a point. And then I tell this story a lot that I belong to the Patriot Party in Phoenix, and we have a breakfast once a month. And so that's where I met Dave Hodges. He was giving a speech on transhumanism. And we know a lot of the same people. He lives near the town where I grew up, near my brother. And so he and I got to talking after he did his speech, and all of a sudden, I was sharing some things with him, and I had just moved back to Arizona, and all of a sudden he looked at me and he says, "Wait a minute." He said, "Are you a targeted person?" Well, I just about fell over, and I was just so shocked that he would know about that. And then I had like 12 other people standing there with me. And they did not identify themselves as TIs, but they were clearly being targeted. There are a lot of people who don't identify themselves as TIs. There's a lot of professional people who are being targeted who can't come out and say that because of their jobs, for fear of retaliation, or, the sheer fact that, if they're an attorney, then nobody will come and be your clients. So there are a lot of people who do not come out and talk about it. Myself, I do have a judge who has supported me, Judge Hancock. She gave me my last order of protection, and she hopes that I set an unprecedented case. She thinks I have the best chance. She also said the laws need to be changed. She gave me some advice about that. She said there are no laws governing stalking by proxy. And because of the way it's set up, the ones who are really doing this, well, they're not going to get their hands dirty. So they, hire all these lowlifes to do this stuff to us. Yeah. And, for me, my ex hires some guy, to mess me up who can fly the drones, or, he does have a satellite. And so there is the Women's Underground Railroad still. I don't know if you women know that, for abused women that has been offered to me. But then my therapist goes, well, you're implanted, there's really nowhere you can go. I mean, that's the truth of it all. The witness protection program was explained to me by someone in the government, but it's no way to live. You can't see your loved ones. It's a hard way to live. So I would not opt for that. And so, I've gone the gamut. I really have, I feel like.
Okay, I've got Amy out there in the audience with a question.
I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Amy from Southern Cal. I don't know your name.
That's Midge Mathis.
Frank.
Oh, Midge. Oh, I've heard so many great things about you from Feather, from Frank, from Melinda, from Linda, from, oh my gosh, you're just like, you're like a ordained queen. Everybody just loves and adores you. And I think this is my first time, or maybe my second time hearing you, but my first time actually in a long time, because I don't want to get into, a big boohoo about my situation, because, that doesn't help me. That just, drowns my spirit and makes me feel worse. So I've got heart condition that they want to do open heart surgery on me now. And nothing wrong with my heart, supposedly the valves. And like you were saying about what Melinda was saying about osteopenia, that's one of the things. I'm so glad you shared that, because that's one of the many things I have. I'm 100% disabled veteran myself in the Air Force. And let me tell you, I sure as heck am glad that I didn't move to Arizona. I was going to move there to Scottsdale in
Can you make that
87.
short? You know, I was in line to ask some questions and I was number 2 and I'm pissed. And I don't want to hear about your life in Arizona right now. I would like to ask Midge Mathis some questions.
This is being recorded. Come on, Barb.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing to her, and then you're free to have the floor,
Thanks.
and then I'll be quiet. So Midge, one thing I want to say, I forgot my train of thought here. So you were asking about, you're talking about Michael Barden, which I know he was Air Force. He was a firefighter, and he was public affairs journalism. But it goes beyond that. But what were you saying after that? Just before this other person started talking.
Oh gosh, I can't remember. I was talking about lost. Amy, why don't you call
my train of thought? Or she didn't make me lose my train. I just lost my train of thought because I've been going all day and I've been moving, and my perps are pissed. I'm starting to swear because I am moving now because you're out of line of sight. And I tested the theory. I didn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. I kept trying to test the theory, doing little things strategically, as we all have to do, to find out, is it real or is it imagined? Is it coincidence? Is it not? So going back to what you were saying, there was a question you asked, and I wanted to answer, and then I wanted to
come
just
back at a
mute
later
myself.
time and let me
Hey,
ask my
Amy,
question.
why don't you get my number from Ella or Frank or whoever and call me? How's that?
Okay, that sounds
great. I'd love to
sure.
talk to you. Okay, absolutely.
Okay, that'll be great. Okay, thank you, Midge.
Okay, bye-bye.
Go ahead.
Midge, sorry I was so rude. I apologize to everybody, but you just lose patience.
Who am I talking to?
This is Memoir, Barbara Gillette.
Oh, hi, Barb.
How are you?
That's my error. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll yell at you later, Frank. Question number one. Did you at any point talk to the DOD?
My ex is the DOD.
Right. He's part of it.
He is the director in Arizona.
He's the director of the DOD?
Yeah, I did. Actually, what happened was that I filed a grievance, and I also filed a report with military intelligence and their police. And so, I'm on this big campaign now. Mary Lamont is going to help me. We're going to do a letter writing campaign. I've contacted everybody I can think of. And so, I don't think I'm powerless, but I often wonder who is it that I need to, talk to get this guy under control.
Right. Who is above him?
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are above him. It's just a matter of getting to them. And so I've had Richard Lighthouse help me tremendously. And I've had other people.
Have you explored his chain of command? Because he's not by himself.
Right.
He's got to have people over him. Like I said, there's got to be a chain of command there somewhere.
Right. Yeah. And so, there's a lot of different things that I can do or that I have done. And so,
one of the things I suggest is to contact the veterans. How can I say this? Not the Veterans Administration, but veterans who were affiliated or were. Oh, gee whiz! I wish I could give you a. Well, they were on
spouse program.
No, they're on iTunes. They have their own radio show. I contacted them and they helped me. And they are veterans, SEALs, Force Recon, Soft Rep, organizations within the military, but they're retired.
Veterans of Foreign Wars.
I'm sorry?
Veterans of Foreign Wars. It's an organization.
Well, that could be, yes, part of it, but
Veterans Today.
You can contact them, and they can give you more information, military information, as far as chain of command is concerned, and who would be more open to your situation.
Yes, I've done that, Barbara. The problem is just getting to the right commander, which I have tried to do. It has to go through the MPs and all that, because right now I deal with several.
I'm talking. This is a retired military organization. These men are retired. They're not active duty.
We need to move on. Laura from Colorado has a question.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's okay. Thanks. Then I'm done.
Go ahead. If you
I wanted to ask you about your burns. What do you think caused your burns? Do you think that it's microwave, laser? Because I was hit in the head with a laser, left a divot in the bone. It just left a slight red mark on the skin. I saw it come through the window, hit me. I was staring at the window. They did it. It hurt for years afterwards. The other thing that I wanted to quickly get in is if you know any bodybuilders take high quality calcium tablets, and this will help you rejuvenate your calcium in your bones, and it really works. I took it for a long time and I had to quit because I was getting bone spurs, calcium bone spurs. So it will regenerate. That's why I think I have such strong bones today, is because I was taking those weightlifting pills. But if you want good, healthy vitamins, minerals, I would look toward the bodybuilders because they go into it extensively. What do you think burnt you?
Oh, different things. I mean, I've had so many different types of burns. I've had satellite, and we did identify the satellite, which was right overhead over Phoenix. And I know the name of it. It does have the microwave weapon on it. The payload means weapon. I've also been severely burned when I was driving, like I talked about. Been burned with laser, drones. How
about acoustics?
Barb?
I know acoustics will burn the skin.
No, I have not had acoustics that I know of.
How about LRAD?
Yeah, hon, you know what? I've got a lot of stuff, and to go down the entire list would probably take a lot of time, just to let you know. The Vercator is a big one, if you know anything about the Vercator.
I've heard you mention that.
Vercator costs $1 million to operate each time. And so Richard Lighthouse wrote a book about it.
Yeah.
It's free. It's free.
Do you explore legislation that forbids drones from being armed and operating in the United States?
Oh, of course. But nobody's following the rules.
Right. Okay. I'm done.
Frank, may I ask some questions?
No, actually, we have Laura in front of you. Then after that, you're welcome to.
Midge, hopefully my mic's working.
Yes, it is. Very good.
It is. That's fabulous. Hi, Midge. I want to thank you. You've helped me out in times of darkness, and I've followed your story. But I collect quotes, kind of, and one of my favorite ones, and you say is "We are all rock stars," and that has gotten me through some hard stuff, and I think of that, and I think of you saying that, and I think it's really important that you stated how we should stay composed, and and people are, seeing this, and friends and family, and we should show them who we are, Anyway, I really appreciate that. You helped me through my stuff tremendously when you went over. I listened to another interview, and you've just helped me so much. I appreciate
I'm so glad. You bet. It's good to hear your voice. And so I really appreciate your kindness. We do have to conduct ourselves in a certain way. I mean, I want to go scream, I want to jump up and down. I want to say really bad names, but we can't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just looking for a reason. Well, the whole thing for me was that they wanted to, make it look like I was crazy, so that because I know so much. I know where the dead bodies are. I buried. I know the real estate corruption in detail, and so that's why they did what they did, because they wanted to try to discredit me.
Yeah.
So we just must keep our composure. And then recently I talked to the couple that I lived with who helped me so much. And I said to them, I need to have you come on a show and tell TIs what they should do and shouldn't do, and what I did wrong. What I did wrong, and how we can do better, to think about the other people. And the one reason why I have retained my family is because I don't talk about it with them. I have said to them, if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but we're not going to talk about it because we have better things to talk about.
Yeah.
And so I maintained that rule with my family and my good friends, because nobody wants to hear this 24/7, and it's too frightening for most people, and they're afraid.
Yeah.
So we have to show our love to others and think about others all the time. It's not just about us.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. Families having a hard time with this as well. It's coming around, realizing it, and
and they love us, and they don't know what to do. They feel helpless.
I
my
think
daughter
it's a really good idea to bring on the call.
My daughter takes me to Epcot bone thugs in order to get my spirits up, and so we go have fun like that when I'm not looking like a freak, and because you can't get these days back, and we still have our free will to find joy and happiness. And I know if I'm having a bad day, and I know Ella and I have this policy that we'll keep talking to the other person like really goofy, or we'll think of something until the other person laughs. And so that laughter is everything.
There was a message, I think, that you guys, and it was right when you guys were meeting for your meeting on the East Coast. I can't remember when it was, but it was Matthew. He was leaving a message, and you guys were laughing in the background, and that made my day. I just, and I just thought, oh, they're finally having fun. Good heavens, that's so nice.
Well, people can ask Kate Ryan. She has seen me cry many, many times because this stuff is very hard.
Yeah.
But also, there's that laughter. I mean, if you can fight. When I flew out here where I am now, I felt so sorry for the people beside me. Not only did I look freaky and scary because my face was bright red and burned, and anyone could see that I was burned, but this stuff goes through a process. And so when it's ready to shed a layer of skin, no matter what you do, it says it's time to shed your skin. So the left side of my face and scalp, because the top of my head was burned too, and my ears, decided it was time to shed while I was on the plane. And so I had worn something with a hood, and I had the hoodie on, but I had the middle seat, And I felt so sorry. I don't know. I can only imagine what they thought as they looked at me, and I had all this dead skin hanging off of my face and my scalp and my neck, and I'm trying to discreetly pull it off, and it's coming off in these big, large chunks.
Yeah.
And, my gosh. But there again, I thought, you know what? Just, keep your sense of humor about it, Midge. I mean, good gosh. And so that's what I did.
Yeah.
But I felt sorry for
Yeah,
the people around me because it wasn't pleasant to look at. That's for darn sure. I mean, here I look in the mirror and I've got dead skin hanging out of my nose and on the side of my nose. I mean, it's awful. But you have to laugh.
Well, yeah, one last thing. I've never thought of you as a victim. I've always thought of you as a survivor. Anytime I refer to you, I say she's a survivor of this. So you've inspired me to speak, and I just wanted to say thanks.
Oh, thank you so much. That's pretty kind. I appreciate that. I am a survivor.
Frank, may I ask some questions?
Yes, you may. You are actually not.
I don't know. Hi, Midge. We haven't spoken before. I'm in litigation, so I try to take a low profile and I don't readily identify myself. I don't know if you prefer that I ask questions like, all of them at once, or I can ask, we can do it Q&A style.
Hey, whatever you want to do, I'm open. I don't like a lot of rules.
Okay. So one of my first questions, my first question is, you mentioned earlier that you were poisoned, and I'm just wondering what the effects of it were and how you knew. And do you think that they entered your apartment and poisoned your food, or how they did that?
That's a good question. I was preparing to go to the FBI that day, the second time that I went to the FBI. And I was in my room going over papers and writing, and my entire room was consumed in this horrible smell. And I had smelled this smell before, and it just permeates through the walls, through the windows. It comes in through the vents, and they do that by the drones as well, because they can absolutely pinpoint, and it's called air liquid gas, and it's a poison, and they can pinpoint it right into your vents. It's very, and they can do this precisely, and they can, because I live in a 2-story house with my best friend of over 30 years and her husband, and I rent the upper portion of their home, and so they can be so precise with this poison. So I went on to the FBI, and I did tell them that I was poisoned that day, and they asked me if I knew how, and I told them, and I got the worst headache of my life. And then by the time I got back to where I live, I couldn't remember the gate code to get into the neighborhood because I live in a gated area. Mm-hmm. And I was very sick afterwards. But what I did, too, is I called and told Hildy, and she said, send me a hair sample immediately. So I did that, and she was able to determine what I had been poisoned with, and I have that report.
Yeah. And then do you know whether so I live in an apartment building in an urban environment. Do you know whether they can somehow inject something to make you extremely tired? And if so, how one goes about documenting it?
They just slow down your metabolism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can also do that. They can do that also with air liquid gas and certain different things that they can put into your apartment. I mean, there's a variety of things they can do. Mm-hmm. They do taint, any type of liquid in your refrigerator. I mean, poison your food. Do you know, I know of someone who had a hair analysis and a patch test by Hildy, and it came out that they had rattlesnake venom in their system. Can you imagine? But it's true.
You only have so many.
So it sounds like the person you mentioned, Hilda, it sounds like you trust him or her, and I mean, I guess that's a really good situation. I mean, a lot of people would not be so fortunate to have, to have a forensic person who is trustworthy.
Well, she is, and she has been a really good friend to me.
Mm-hmm.
I adore Hildy, but also I have a very good naturopath. 5 of us TIs in Arizona go to her.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always encourage people to try, if you can buddy up with someone and go to a doctor. Naturopaths are wonderful. The bad part is I don't think a lot of them don't take insurance, but they can write prescriptions. And oftentimes they have these great products in their office that you can purchase. But because 5 of us go to this naturopath, I mean, she totally believes everybody, and she has been wonderful. But Dr. Daniger in LA has been my saving grace many, many times. Many times.
Another question I had, you mentioned that you think that in one of your civil actions or your civil action that it was set up and it was basically a kangaroo court, and they did for FISA. Can you, if you feel comfortable, can you give a bit more detail about that?
Yeah, I had filed a civil suit against my ex and his business partner, and for the business partner, because he had been our attorney, and so that was for breach of fiduciary duty. He was also my agent on my LLC, and so I was bringing all these charges against them. And so what happened right after I did that, and they realized, they knew that I had all my ducks in a row about the real estate corruption, is that the attorney that I hired said to me one day, do you know of anyone who will give up your ex's address? Because we were trying to have him served. Do you know anyone who would, because he has a lot of houses. And so, he house hops, and so you never know where he's going to be. So I said, yeah, I know someone I can call. And it was his other business partner's brother, who had been kind to me in the past. Well, all that was a setup. I did call the business partner's brother, and I asked him for my ex's address. And I was teaching at a high school, and I had all these high school kids around me. And so, it wasn't a very long conversation. And I actually, started crying because I said, we used to all be family, your parents, and I used to throw all these great parties, and was just kind of reminiscing with him. And so what happened after that is it was all a setup, and they said that I had been making threatening phone calls to my ex-husband and the business partners. And so they had me served with order protection. And it was served, I was dating a criminal attorney at the time who had been the past president of Arizona State Bar. And so the sheriff's department served the order of protection at my boyfriend's office. And he called me up at the school and said, this is what's going on. You need to come down and receive this. So they were all in collusion, is what I'm trying to tell everybody. It was all a setup. So I went down to the office, and, I had never had an order of protection served on me at all, ever. And they had all these claims that were not true. And so my boyfriend said, well, we'll just squash all this. We'll go to court and we'll just squash it. So we drove to Tucson from Prescott, which is like 4 hours away, and went to court. And it was my ex-husband representing himself, his 2 business partners. Now, before we went to court, my boyfriend said, could you get 3 months worth of your phone log showing that you had not made any threatening phone calls to anybody, which I did. And he said, hey, I need that 8x10 black and white photo that you have of when your ex-husband assaulted you. And I had him arrested for domestic violence. So I got him that. And I had some other things that he had asked for. So when we got to court, it was with the same judge who threw my post-decree issues. And he was actually
federal or state court?
Yeah,
federal.
And state court. And so, but so what ensued there is that, they brought up all these bogus charges against me that day. There was no evidence. I mean, can you imagine? I'm being set up by my ex-husband and his two business partners. When I was up on the stand, my ex-husband was verbally abusing me. He claimed that in front of the judge, that I caused his mother to have a grand mal seizure because I was putting too much stress on her about, my life and stuff. And that was such a lie. She had stopped taking her anti-seizure medication. And actually, my ex-husband was also experimenting on her doing mind control. And I think he caused her seizure disorder. And that's the God's honest truth. So I had asked the judge if he would stop my ex-husband from abusing me verbally because he had already assaulted me. I mean, he's an abusive man, and he was traumatizing me. And the judge said, well, I think he deserves to do this. I'm like, really? You're going to allow someone to abuse a victim in your courtroom? I mean, I just couldn't believe what was happening to me. Little did I know they were getting a FISA on me and trumping up charges, because that's all it takes. All it takes is that you just, that old saying, if you see something, say something. Well, you can bring charges against your neighbor that are false and get them into a lot of trouble. So this is, because of the Patriot Act. So that's what they did. I had no idea what was happening to me. None.
Were you able to confirm that? And if so, how were you able to confirm that on the FISA?
Yeah, well, through the FBI.
So
because what happened when I went to the FBI, the second time, the first thing they said to me was, let me guess, he's trying to make it look like you're crazy. And I said, oh, so you know what's going on? And they said, yeah, we know what's going on. So we talked about how that happened. And so everything was validated. I mean, they know exactly what's happening. But, they take their orders from the top down, and people need to realize that there are a lot of good people who work in the FBI. So I've been able to confirm all the rest by, putting all the pieces of the puzzle together and by my research that I do. So, like I said, I have the gift of discovery, and I've just been lucky enough to know where to go to find this stuff, and that's what I've done. And also, I have a lot of good friends in high places, and also, I've had judges whisper things to me that they were being stalked as well, and were under the thumb of this cabal. I have a lot of stories. So, yeah. So anyhow, that's how I know.
A lot of times when people do FOIA requests, it seems like a lot of times the FOIA requests really are a big dodge, and people are unable to confirm things.
Yeah. FOIAs, don't get you anywhere. But here's the deal, because they're not going to come right out and admit what they've done. So, but it is a paper trail, and it is showing evidence that you've tried to get the information. And unfortunately, it takes time and energy, but it's what we have to do. So because going into court of any kind, you have to have something. You have to have evidence. That's why I stress to people that if you possibly can, get a hair analysis and patch test. At least you'll have some evidence that something is being done to you physically and harming your body, or any other thing that you can do physically to show evidence of this, this horrible assault that everybody's going through. It just goes, on and on. There's so many people that are being faced with just absolute, such criminal activity. And, children are being hurt and pets are being killed. This is horrible. So at least the FOIAs will show that you tried to get the information, and it will show a paper trail. So it's a necessity.
And then a last question. And then on the cease and desist, can you elaborate a bit? I didn't catch what's going on there on the cease and desist, and also on the FBI's investigation. And thank you very much for all your work and inspiration. And I'd love to follow up with you directly.
Sure, absolutely. The cease and desist letters, we just sent one out yesterday to the FBI and the DOJ. And the cease and desist letters are on our website on Targeted Justice. And so you can go there and look at them. You can print them off. And this time I'm just so proud because we had so many people who put their names on the letter. And I know Frank did too. And Frank, I think that was just wonderful that you did that. But the more people we get, the better, because we have every right to do this. We have every right to ask for cease and desist. We have every right to call these people out. We have the name of the two men that are in charge of the targeting program, and we have the key names of the people involved with the FBI and the DOJ. And so we have every right to ask that they stop doing these assaults to us and making our life miserable and harming us. And we have every right to post their names. You know, especially with the two men running the stalking program, they live next door to each other. And so how, they go to work every day knowing that they're going to be torturing people. Sick and evil. So anyhow, so go to our website and you can see the letters. And like I said, what's really neat is that Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot signed our letter that went out to the FBI and the DOJ. And so what is exciting about that is that, she's not from the TI community. And so what's happening is that we are now getting the attention of people outside the community, which is what needs to happen. And we all need to come together to fight this.
Hi, Midge. I'd like to ask a question.
Hold on. Can I ask Frank, how do you get in the line? Frank, how do you get in the line? I texted you, but you didn't answer.
Okay, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. You're next. Caller 51.
I just have a quick question.
Okay.
Midge, you mentioned you had chips that someone told you will let your chips, so you're trying to hide or get away would be futile. So what have you done to get rid of your chips? Is there anybody help you with that?
Good question. Yeah, I've been detoxing for 2 years, and I detox all the time, and I also you can melt these chips, and so I've been trying to melt them, and I do believe it's possible. So when you blow dry your hair, I mean, of course, be careful, but over time, if you do this, and when I go get my hair done, I'm under the dryer, so there's heat there as well. So these things can melt. Now, I will tell you this also, because I'm an open book. I have nothing to hide. I just want to help people. So I have a rare disease that I never talk about that I do think was given to me. It's called Derkham's disease. And there's only one specialist in the entire world, and thank God she's in Arizona. I met her years ago when she was in San Diego. So anyhow, I have this rare disease, and it's a dysfunction of the lymphatic system, and it's a fat disorder. But I'm rare in this disease because a lot of people are obese, and I'm not obese, but I grow abnormal tumors that attach to muscle and bone and organs. And it is there is no cure. It will kill me because the veins of my body start to weaken, and usually people bleed out. I have to be careful when I exercise, because if I exercise too much, I start bleeding internally. And I didn't understand what was happening. I used to belong to a hiking club, and I used to do some real strenuous exercising, and I'd get really sick, and I'd be off to the side throwing up, and some of it was blood, and everybody else would be fine. I couldn't figure out what was happening to me. And so finally discovered that I have to be careful. I mean, I can walk, but I can't do real, hard exercise like I used to because I'll start bleeding internally. So, anyhow, after I got the flu shot, I was diagnosed with this rare disease. So, because of it, when I'm going through an exacerbation, it's like bone cancer, and it's extremely, extremely painful. So, my specialist had me on painkillers, and I also have a herniated disc in my back. So, the way things have been set up, you have to go to these pain clinics. So I was going to a pain clinic, and they weren't treating my rare disease. They were just treating my herniated disc. But what happened is that they're surveilling people who are on these painkillers. They're also throwing into the bunch people who are on street drugs, okay? And so that's where the surveillance company came in. And that's how I found out. The doctor actually tipped me off, and this is how it all came about, that I figured it out, that because I have this rare disease, and my ex-husband knew that, and he knew that I was taking certain drugs, that he could easily put me under surveillance, fraudulently, and that's what he's done, and that's why I know that these lists are corrupted. I mean, I hope that makes sense to what I just said, because there's a lot of information there, I know. But anyhow, so that's what they're doing. And they're also surveilling people in large crowds. And so if you can research enhanced surveillance, put in your state and put in enhanced surveillance, say, so if you're in California, enhanced surveillance, Massachusetts enhanced surveillance, hopefully you'll get the executive order, or you'll see exactly what's going on in your state. So, did I answer your question? I hope I did.
Okay. Does anybody have a question? Paula?
Hi, Midge.
Oh, Miss Paula. Hi.
Yes, it's your friend.
I know. I ran Kate's show last night and got to talk to Paula.
Yeah, she was a great moderator last night. Midge, I just want to tell you how smart and intelligent and bold you are. You are very smart and bold. And you're strong also. Frank said that. You're so strong. I mean, everything that you're saying, I've been listening to it, and I mean, you told me other things before, but you were very smart, and you're going through this. You're going through this with God. There's nothing but God that's keeping you holding on all this time. I mean, I listened to what you said about when you was on the plane and how your skin is hanging, and I mean that is something to have to deal with. But I just want to tell you that you're very courageous. And my only question is, if I don't know if I missed it because I didn't get on right at 9. My only question is, I don't know if you talked about it already. If you can talk about how do we stand with targeted justice right now?
Where do we stand? What's going on?
Yes.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, we're continuing to move forward. Our goal the first year was to get 1,000 people signed up, and we did that. And so now we've gone on. We have over 1,200 people who have signed up. We're still trying to work with the foreign citizens because the poor people of India and other small countries, they have no one to protect them. They have nothing, and so our hearts really go out to them. And now we're on to doing these cease and desist letters. We have a whole huge plan for other things. I want to have a conference, a targeted justice conference.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't really decided too much because we come together physically. Because to me, you have to do that, and when you come together physically, a lot happens. And I learned that at the conference. That was just so important. That conference did everything for me. It was magical. I met so many wonderful people.
Right.
So that's my plan. I'd like to have a conference, a targeted justice conference, and so we're kind of talking about that. But we have a
Okay.
lot of things in the work, and then we don't really share a lot of our plans until we have them in place.
Okay.
I'm writing 3 books at the moment, and
congratulations.
well, it's quite the process. But I've been asked to write my life story.
Right.
The funniest, if this isn't funny, but there is a billionaire who's a newspaper owner in California. I mean, not California, Arizona, who got poisoned, and this happened to him in the town where I had been targeted. And so because I have this gift of discovery, I've been able to help him some. And from there, I had a movie director who called me from Hollywood and said he had heard about my story. And I mean, nothing's going to happen right now or anything like that. But I insisted that he tell the story of targeted justice and the people in the community if we were to go forward, because this is about everybody.
Yes, it is.
These stories need to be told,
Yes,
and it's happening. I mean, I'm sure you guys saw the Travel Channel with Matthew and Dr. Sean and.
Yep, I did. My mother taped it for me. I've seen it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. I was asked to do that. They were going to fly me to San Francisco to tape my segment, but I had just started Targeted Justice, and I just had been burned, and so I had to withdraw from all that. But it is happening. And these stories, if anybody gets a chance to tell your story, if, Ella or Frank asked you to do an interview or whatever, do it. Because everybody's story needs to be recorded. These conference calls are so important.
Yes.
And, people are really taking notice of these stories. I mean, I have so many people who are non-TIs who are asking me questions. I sent out the video that Matthew put together of TI Day, that if that doesn't grab someone, I don't know what will. And I sent it to a lot of my non-TI friends, and they had their eyes open, and they started believing me. When Ella had we had 3 billboards in Arizona. A group of my friends, non-TI friends, hopped in the car and went to look at them, and then they were so impressed. And so it's happening. I mean, it is coming out, and I do believe the way that the community is going about it is just wonderful. Everybody kind of does their thing, and I feel like it's happening. I feel so proud of everybody.
Did you get my story I sent to you? I did 2 stories.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Absolutely. So, anyhow, so I think, everyone is so wonderful. I mean, Paula, you're so brave.
Yeah, it's hard, but, I tried.
And so when I hear everybody on these calls, I just marvel at everybody, because I think, my gosh, aren't they something? We are rock stars. I'm serious. I just marvel. I know a lot of people go through a lot of really traumatic things, and yet when I hear them on the call, they're so grounded. They're so amazing. Absolutely.
And I heard Matthew moved you last night. Matthew, after he finished talking, you decided to go now. I said she just told me she wasn't going to go, but now you're going. But he gave a good announcement, and now I want to go. I'm gonna be in your suitcase.
I said to Matthew, I said, you know what? I felt like we were having a revival last night. Can I get a name in? I said, you really moved me, Matthew. So.
Yeah, you said, "Oh, I'm going now. I'm going."
Absolutely. We got to come together. It's coming together physically, getting out there, getting seen. I mean, I can't say how wonderful TI Day was in Chicago. That had been my 5th trip, and I'm trip 4.
like Matthew said, it's very important to expose it. Like he said, it's very. He said getting on the calls is good and everything. He said, but getting out there and exposing it, that's what's more important, you know, which is true.
Yeah, and I just want people to know that we had someone accuse us of this person said, "Wow, must be nice." Targeted Justice flies their board members around, to all these different meetings and stuff. Nobody flies me around anywhere. Nobody pays for anything for me. I pay for everything myself. And, not a cent that has been donated have we touched. I mean, we're saving it for what we need it for, which is the court case, because nobody is going to be charged anything. We are going to raise the money. Because you know what? Nobody should be paying to represent themselves. No one should have to pay to have tests run. Our government should be taking care of us.
Exactly.
And you know what?
I have some questions to ask about. I have a few questions to ask. They're going to be very short and simple questions.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you. The first question is, what do you suggest a TI to do to be a part of this case for targeted justice? Do they have to have a notarized affidavit or something in writing like a testimony and have it notarized and then email you, or do you have to have it by mail? What do you
what you have to do is go to the website and where it says membership, there's a little form to fill it out to join the class action lawsuit. That's all you have to do. If you want to submit an affidavit, you have to get it notarized, and you can either email it to us or send it by mail. And our P.O. box is on the website. It's P.O. Box 6655, Peoria, Arizona. And
now, how important? My second question was, how important is it for someone maybe to see Dr. Staninger and maybe get some of these tests that you've heard so many people getting? But you have to have money to do this, and if you don't have a lot of money, what are you supposed to do if you can't afford to see Dr. Staninger? What are you supposed to do?
I know. Do you have a doctor you trust?
No.
That's the problem. I would check around in your area with other TIs, and possibly they might have a doctor they trust. So you can start getting the blood work that you need and so forth and so on, because that buddy system, if several TIs can go to the same doctor, or 3 or 4, then that speaks volumes. They'll know that they're telling the truth. And so,
do you know of anyone that takes insurance that I could go to?
Well, I don't, because, my gosh, there's a lot of doctors out there. There's a lot of good doctors. So if you have anyone in your area, I would check with them. Check in your state.
Okay. A lot of doctors in my state do medical malpractice. They write lies in my records. They can't be trusted. I can't even get any medical care that I may need. I have injuries and damages to my body, and I refuse to see any doctor in my area because they just lie in my records. And I've had to amend my records a few times, like it's called an amendment, and you can make a statement and have, put that in your record that whatever is in there that is an error, that it needs to be amended. It needs to be corrected. And the only doctor I have right now on my side is a psychologist of the past 3 years who's helping TIs and, can vouch for the credibility of my, mental state, that I'm sane, that I'm of good, character, et cetera, that, I'm not a terrorist, anything like that, or a criminal. So, but the thing is, he's the only person so far that I have in my defense. Other than that, you mentioned in the beginning of some of the questions that were being asked of you about talking about getting. Someone mentioned they got a hair sample. You mentioned another TI found snake venom, in their blood work, and that some of the blood work came up for some of the TIs that went to Staninger that showed different types of metals, arsenic, and things like that in their blood. And but she's very expensive. For someone who's on disability income for a physical condition, I can't afford to see her, And if I did try to see her, I would have to ask her to take payments every month. Some kind of a small payment every month just to pay her off.
Right.
So,
I know.
There
Well,
should
there are other.
there should
I'm sorry. Frank. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. There should be a control group like that Dr. Staninger has that just takes, we'll say, 500 people right off the street and does the same exact tests, so that that, okay, this much of one particular compound is normal. Like I saw one TI's report, and the report stated that he had so much lead, so much trinium, and something else. And she also gave him let me see, it was a drone insurance policy. This could have been Melinda Kidder as well. But I believe it was Staninger, and it was a drone insurance policy for $300. Now, I don't know what that was. The gentleman lives in Connecticut. It's unreal. I couldn't believe it.
I've never heard of that, huh? I'll have to ask her. I know. I've gone to bat for the community hugely at a luncheon.
Frank, were you going to say that the tests, were you going to finish saying something about the test, the cost of the tests? That you know something about the cost, that she's willing to work with people in the cost, or?
I don't have anything to do with the cost. What I do is I can refer people. I have to vet people first. She likes to know who's being referred to her and a little bit about them. So I do that. I just did 2 people last week. I have no idea what Hildy is charging now. And, I myself live on a fixed income. So, I don't have a lot of money. People might have that impression I do. But I don't. These guys have kept me in litigation. My one attorney fee was $80,000. So I know what you're talking about. I have asked the doctors to drop their prices. And I keep looking for other doctors. There are, other facilities. But even if you just get regular blood work, and you must watch your potassium. Potassium is huge. You have no potassium in your body, you're going to die. You will drop dead. You've got to have potassium. There's the pineal gland that also is very important. Your thyroid. And so just doing that is good. When I went to the ER.
But is that going to be connected to the fact that I'm being microwaved every day? It's that these weapons are giving the health effects, that they're affecting different parts of your body and your blood. And do these tests show, like with these tests show, like basic tests, be connected to the fact that I'm being microwaved?
This is what you do.
You know what I mean?
You ask for a rouleau blood work for a blood test. It's called rouleau. And rouleau is when you're being radiated, it shows up like little pennies stacked on top of one another. That's what your blood will look like. That is the key, one of them, I should say, key blood work that you can get. Is called rouleau, Rouleau. I think that's how it's spelled. So when you go to your doctor, you can ask for that. Whenever I go to my doctor, though, there again, I don't come on real strong at all. And,
do you have to have do I have to get like one of these radio frequency meters and try to test the levels in my home? Do I need to do that for the lawsuit?
I don't. If you could hire someone who has, because everything has to be presented, with professionals. And so if you could hire someone who can do that and then write up a report, that's a good way to go. You can also do this. I have to say this because this is what was happening to me, and also in Arizona, and I discovered it. It's really important to watch those smart meters. They can heat up the whole entire house. the wiring from the smart meters, they're in the ceiling, they're in the walls, they're everywhere. And they heat up the copper and stuff inside the walls, and they can radiate you. So what happened was that I could feel something coming into the house. My friends were not feeling well. And so I went out, and I went down to the garage, and the garage was so hot. It was 47 degrees outside at 10 o'clock in the morning. I have what is called an IR thermometer. They are not expensive. The IR thermometer will measure the given surface of anything in a second and tell you exactly how hot it is. And I carry it with me all the time because I have to. Because even when, like, there was a period of time I'd be in a car with my girlfriend, and her side would be like normal, 71 degrees or whatever. My side would go up to 125 degrees. And so anyhow, so what happened back to the garage is that the smart meters are remotely controlled, and the wall coming off the smart meter was measuring 125 degrees, and it was 47 degrees outside. So the IR thermometer is really good, and you can take like little videos showing how hot, everything is, the garage door or the smart meter. And it's really
And then
great.
my last question would be asked you, is there anything I've tried a few different things for shielding for my head. I do not have a Faraday cage, and most people say they don't work, but some people do make their own. I live alone. I don't know how I'm going to build a Faraday cage, but my attacks have been so bad. They've gotten worse over the past few months. And the situation is I think they've mapped out my brain because they're able to remotely control my whole body. They're able to remotely control my eyes, my speech, my whole body, and do mind control of me, like a TV remote control, like a push button type of person. And I'm really, really telling the truth right now. I don't know who to trust. I can't even talk to my family about this. I tried talking to my brother because he understands things about technology and artificial intelligence, and he gets it. He's a year younger than me, but he understands about these things in the world. He also understands about brain-to-brain interface, computer-to-brain interface.
Ma'am, I don't want to interrupt you, and I'll let you speak again in a second. We don't have too much time with Midge, and it's our first time with Midge, and there are many people that would like to ask questions. So if you need any help, you can always reach me at 508-857-8334, and I'll be glad to help you. Sorry to mute you.
That's okay.
Okay. Any questions?
Yeah. Can I just say real quick, the lady was asking about shielding. Get some water pillows.
Okay.
Water pillows, or get in water. Anyhow, so yeah, the water helps, and the water pillows really help a lot.
Okay. There's something new that came out that I don't believe anybody has had a chance to test, and that's Captain with a K.
Okay.
Like a 1 millimeter film that you can actually get in sheets. It's available on eBay. I don't know if it works or not. They use it among other places. They used to use it on the space shuttle for shielding. They use it in radio apparatus for shielding vital components. So might be good.
How do you spell that, Frank?
Just Kapton.
Wow, I'll have to look at that. Never heard of it. That's awesome.
Yeah, I have never heard of it until very recently. I think it's that gold-looking material that you see all over a spacecraft now and then. But anyway, it's all in caps too. Kapton. Let's give that a try.
Oh, I will. That's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, I just put the name in the chat. I'll see if I can find a link to it online here. If you hold on for a second. Boy, Midge, you cover so many areas So
I hope I didn't throw out too much stuff.
we got somebody that's.
Can we get the?
Can I?
Go ahead. You have to clean up your sound a bit. Go ahead. Okay, I guess she can't. Okay.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Who's that, Meryl?
Okay, Midge. No, yeah, this is Malika.
Malika. Okay.
Malika, yeah. Hey, I don't mean to get too personal. My intent is a resolution. Is the only reason why your husband's been coming after you is to prevent you from claiming more from his estate than he wants you to? And the reason why
That's kind of personal, probably.
The reason why I said that is, go ahead.
It's multi-layered. There's three major reasons.
Okay.
One, I know about the corruption. Yeah. Two, I wasn't ever supposed to, go off and be successful. Three, I left. I mean, my therapist, I said, what did I do wrong? She goes, you left. You were never supposed to leave.
Yeah, you were.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because if you guys came up with an agreement, then you would be happy and he would be happy and he would leave you alone. And it reminds me, I know somebody that was Miss Wyoming. She has a law degree. She was Miss Wyoming in Wyoming back in the 80s. Her husband was committing adultery, and he actually targeted her into the mental institution, to keep her from litigating him. And, she did get the house, and she does get alimony from him. But it just reminded me how men can be sometimes towards the wife. But I just said that so that you can come up with an agreement, and that would solve everything, and then he would stop coming after you.
I wish I could. I've tried. But, you're dealing with someone who's been diagnosed as a psychopath. This is a whole different level of mentality. And when you're dealing with business partners who are billionaires, and I know so much, you're talking about something that's not normal. And that's the situation that I'm in. And so if I thought that would work, I mean, I certainly have tried. And we've had litigation. I mean, we had a mediator, and nothing has made him happy.
Wow. I understand. That's too bad.
Well, because just from my divorce decree alone, and just from what he owes me, that's over $1 million. That's just not talking about everything else. That's what he owes me, and it's because of the way it's set up. It never goes away. You can't. It never gets discharged through bankruptcy, and so it keeps tacking on 10% every month that he doesn't pay me. And so, and he's mad. He feels like he's been duped. I mean, it's very personal, but yeah. So, and there's other reasons too. And he's been the love of my life all my life since I was 14. That's the hard part. Yeah. I mean, we've known each other since he was 17 and I was 14.
Wow. And you watched him go into the DOD.
No, I didn't know he was a contractor. He kept that from me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had to find that out on my own. I mean, I knew he had a relationship with the FBI because they used to use our garbage company to spy on people.
Wow.
Okay, next question for Midge. Okay, if you are muted.
Hello?
Midge and Frank.
Hey, Lauren, go ahead.
I just wanted to get the address, the PO box for the the affidavit. You said it was 665 Peoria.
Yeah, I can't remember because I can't remember the zip code. If you could go to our website and look it up, I'd appreciate it. Because it's different than my zip code, and there's like And so I always get it confused, and don't want to give out the wrong number.
All right, so Peoria is the
Peoria, Arizona.
city. Okay.
Yeah, but it's on our website. Or you can email it to us.
Yeah, there's been some confusion about that, so maybe give out the email too.
Oh, well, you can. Well, we have several accounts. We have several emails, and it's all on our website. Or you can just go ahead and send the affidavit to me, which is bellakula@protonmail.com. Hello? Hello?
Laura Ann, are you through?
Yeah, I can't wait to see you in Sacramento. Heard the other night that you were going.
Okay. Well, if you want to complete your question or add another one, go right ahead. Okay, caller 101. Let me see if I can find you. Okay, go ahead, caller 101. This is you right here. Go ahead.
Frank, I don't know my number, but I wanted to tell you and Midge that I'm having a terrible time. I can't write in the chat. I also just went to Targeted Justice website, and I get a large red screen alerting me that there's people on the site who are going to do all these awful things.
Oh,
What? Oh, I want to hear this. Anybody can take a screenshot? What's happening? Because we know the deep state's after us. We know they're trying to shut us down.
It's your certificate.
So
it's your secure certificate, probably. It probably just either expired by a day, or it is the front page has changed.
Okay, I'll check that out. Okay. I'm also having quite a time on the screen. Every time I tried to turn my microphone on, you thought I wanted to be the organizer, and I did not click that at all.
Oh no!
And I'm trying to type in the chat, and it just won't let me. So that's a good thing to check. Maybe that something like that happened.
No.
Can I ask a question real quick, Frank? When you went to Targeted Justice, because I just got on there. Did you put in targetedjustice.com?
Yeah, I got into Targeted Justice, fine, and then I clicked on medical. I wanted to check something out. You said I wanted to see if I could find the doctor you were talking about, and as soon as I clicked, I got on fine, and the face homepage was there. But as soon as I tried to look into something, a red screen came on. If I put a light on, it just said an alert that there were people on that site who could steal things or do this or do that, the whole mumble jumble.
Oh, brother. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I appreciate you letting me know.
But maybe it's just me, because maybe it is what Frank said, because I'm also having trouble on the screen for the call tonight.
Oh, okay.
What I was trying to say was Targeted Justice, their secure certificate may have expired, and it just won't renew tomorrow.
No, it hasn't.
Your HTTPS then?
Yeah, we just checked it.
Okay. Well,
but we'll check it again. So
it's probably has McAfee or a really fussy browser setting.
Yeah, maybe so.
I've never had the problem before. Tonight seems to be a crazy night.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
Frank, I have something to say. This is Melinda. I found something on Amazon which is really interesting and might be useful for people who are experiencing the microwave thing now. Let me just get this. It's called HECS, HEX, capital H, E, capital, all caps, HECS. It's a suit for deer hunting clothing with human energy concealment technology. It looks lightweight. It comes in various sizes. And what it does is it conceals all your energy from animals. So if you're hunting a deer can pick up scents very easily, and beets and things. And it got almost 5 stars. It's $179. And I would go on Amazon and look this up if you think there's any way this can protect you. They also have an underclothing of the same kind of fabric. It's called the Stealth Screen Base Layer. I mean, if you put these 2 layers on, or even one of these, would it help you? I don't know. That's not my type of involvement right now, but it does seem like a good idea. It's called the Hex Suit Deer Hunting Clothing with Human Energy Concealment Technology. If they can hide your beats and your heat, maybe microwaves cannot find you either.
Maybe. That would be awesome. Hey, that would be something. Wow. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Mostly 5 stars on 397 reviews. So it's on Amazon. It's $179 for 3-piece. Do not go for the cheap stuff. The cheap stuff will probably not have the same concealment or energy technology. And it comes in like tights, a real tight fitting thing, and a loose camo thing. But do not go deer hunting in camo, because I don't know what they're thinking. Some guy's going to think, oh, look at that movement over there, and bang, you're dead. So always wear bright colors when you go deer hunting if you do that kind of thing.
Thank you so much, Melinda.
Okay, check it out, you guys. It might be very valuable.
Okay, Melinda.
Hey, Frank, can I just say one more thing to everyone? Because I forgot to follow through with
I was
talking about being on the painkillers and stuff. They have nano in them.
They do?
The nano works with the implants in the brain. I had a doctor who said to me, if you'll just stop taking the medication, you'll be fine. So guess what I did? 6 months ago, I went off everything. And I actually feel so good. I'm in actually less pain because your brain and what they do to you, they make you think you're in more pain than what you are. So I went off everything, and I feel so good that way. But what happened was that the nano works with the implants in the brain, and I don't know if you're on any kind of medication, check it out and make sure that it doesn't have nano in it. But anyhow, when I was detoxing and going off everything, I could actually feel it shutting down in my brain. That is no joke. It's so freaky. I could feel it crisscrossing through my brain, and I could feel it go down to the brain stem and stop. And I feel great that way. I feel wonderful. I feel free. I feel like I'm not hooked up anymore to the AI. That's the truth. So be careful with the medication that you're taking.
Yeah, some of the medication will actually make it worse and
make it worse. Yeah,
and
I agree.
Alcohol will open you up to them, as your brain is frantic. So you have to stay in control and stay away from any drugs that will make you out of control of yourself.
Yeah, it's important that we be so careful.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that doesn't right. Like I said, I can't. Go ahead, Melinda.
No, it was just a quick side, sweetie. If you drink and smoke, they do not want your organs, okay?
That makes sense.
So, honey, bring me the gin. Will you bring me another gin and tonic? Thank you, Jen. So, yeah, that's true.
Well, I used to work in the medical field all my life, and part of my job in the ER was to talk to people if their loved ones were dying. You know, can we harvest their organs? I wouldn't do that now for anything because I know the process.
They harvest you alive.
They harvest you when you have to be alive. Absolutely. They paralyze you. And
so when
so
you go to the doctor, smoke one cigarette, get it all over your clothes. Say, no, I don't smoke. And then have a little flash fall out of your purse. Now, where did that come from? You know, so they won't get eager.
Yeah, I am not an organ donor. I've seen that process too many times myself. And so you have to be alive, because if you're not, the organs die. And so they have to be alive when they take them from your body.
Frank, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Hey, Midge, how are you, hon?
Hey, I'm going to call you tomorrow.
Oh, good, because I can't call long distance. They're messing with my phone. But I just want to say to you, my friend, I think you're the only person I know who would be sitting there on the plane peeling and having a horrible, painful experience and being worried about the other people. You are so sweet. I mean, well, think about it. I mean, you bless your heart. You're going through all that, and you're worried how you're impacting them. You're a sweetheart.
Well, it's pretty frightening, because it's not just there's a little piece of skin here and there. No, it's like you look like a fish who has all these scales, and it's on top of each other, and it's like your face is dying. The skin is dead, and it's hanging off everywhere, and you look like some kind of a monster.
Oh, bless your heart.
There was a girl I went to high school with that had that condition. She was a cheerleader.
Excuse me, Amy, I'm not done. Thank you for sharing that, and I would love to hear from you. Okay.
Yeah, we need to chit chat.
Yeah, that was great.
Okay, Amy, go ahead.
Midge, is there a phone number? Hi, Midge. Is there a phone number where we can call you?
Yeah, I don't like to give it out over the call, but you can ask Frank. Frank, you have my number, or Ella.
Okay.
And absolutely, give me a call.
Yeah, fine.
I've been talking to a lot of new TIs, guys, because the Navstar just put up a new satellite with 11 antennas. It can target 150,000 people at one time. So we are expecting a lot of new TIs. We are seeing that. Ella has her hotline number. A lot of people are calling in. I talked to people that left EMF a couple of weeks ago when I was ordering stuff. He says they are getting 4 new TIs per day calling them. So there are a lot of TIs coming down the pike. And we all need to be aware of that, and we need to help them.
Okay, somebody's breathing. I'm not sure who it is, but I've remuted everybody to try and figure it out.
That means they're alive.
That's a good thing. Yeah, I just wanted to go over a few things. I know that I've been studying a lot of Richard's work, and he claims that the production of this Navstar satellite is relative to the amount of TIs that are coming forward.
Absolutely. That means there's a lot of whistleblowers.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there's a lot of people out there that I always say this. I used to say it was thirds, but I say it's in quarters now. The 25% of us that are speaking right now and are on Facebook and all over the calls everywhere, that's 25%. The other 25% are in prisons. The other 25% are in mental institutions, and there's 25% that are just way out in the boonies somewhere and probably either just have a dial phone or they're just not in the know. They haven't found.
Yeah, I think that's a good assessment. I really do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got, Richard has a lot of great books, and they're all free about targeting. They're all free on his website. And you can start a nice little library, but there's a ton of information there. And I will say this, I think we are the one group, we've had so many whistleblowers come to us, and some in person. So that's how we get our information.
Can I just share a few things, and then I just only have like 3 things, and then I'm off because I've got to finish packing and get out of here. Anyway, one thing you mentioned is that I remembered now is about the underground. One of my good friends who is Air Force counterterrorism, he works DOD, and he will not get involved in the activism group, but he's targeted, and his wife severely all the time. So she went into the underground, and I said, well, what if I do? And he said, well, they kidnap you, they literally put a black bag over your head, and you don't know if they're the good guys or the bad guys. And she tried it, and it was not good at all. The second thing is I'm leaving the country this year. I have nothing to lose by doing that. I'm tired of this. I'm going to just try it, and my door will be open to anybody who wants to come. I'm shooting for either one of the small Greek islands, which I've been to when I got a chance to go in between the war campaign. I was stationed in Europe, or like Tuscany, Pisa area, which everybody I talk to loves it there and doesn't want to come back. The third thing I wanted to mention is contact Tavon Rivers. He's a V2K victim. He's third generation Navy. He's now in Morocco. He was stationed not far from where I was in the UK between 2006 and 2010. He was deeply into intel, deep. He had no idea, of course, because this is how it works, right? You know, and I know that you do your job. You're not told what the other guy's doing, or the programmers, or this or that. You only know what you're allowed to know. Classified, top secret, everything in between. So he didn't know. And he said, well, I want to stay here. I want to do graphic arts. I love it here. And the government told him, no, once you leave the military, they didn't tell him why. They just said, you better leave. So between MI6 and our government, they heavily targeted him in the UK. He was born and raised in Virginia and Maryland. He did he was stationed there for a while, trained there. He comes from a family of submariners. So look up him. He has many, many solutions for everyone. Again, Tavon Rivers and his girlfriend, Naima, I can't think of her name. She's very well spoken, like you, like Ella, like Frank, like many others. Very eloquent in being an interviewer and showing solutions that so the targeting was so bad and the death threats. And he was not a whistleblower like I have been my whole life. Even before the military, I can't keep quiet when I see injustices done. So, and then the last thing is Rima Lablo. Rima Lablo, you probably know. Albert Stubblebine talks about these directed energy weapons, worked with Albert Stubblebine, worked with Cheney, Operation Spoonbender. He did many YouTubes, but Rima Lablo does a lot of holistic, which I just met a Persian woman tonight. She's going to help me with bioidenticals because I'm having all kinds of problems like what Melinda was saying with the osteopenia, with the extreme, like you get heated up, but the person next to you isn't. I thought it was hot flashes. I don't think it is. So anyway, I'm all about solutions, and I do believe I've just looked up the indictments, and the 40,000 of sealed indictments, that's like blowing in the wind. But the last thing I want to say is by June this year, and anybody who has a flip phone, it will no longer be working, period. So I've been having flip phones, trying to stay off the radar. I use my Android just to look up things. It says right here, I can't remember. It said 2G, 3G. All of the phone companies are going to not activate, and they're going to shut down the network. So that's just another way. And I don't know how and when that's going to work with 5G, because it's always advertised on TV, Hughes Network and whatever. I worked for the Silicon Valley companies way back when. I couldn't wait to leave it. And so there's some good things that are going to happen this year. I see it coming. I have faith. And keep doing what you're doing. And everybody is so brave and courageous coming forth. And I've had to, I ended up in the cardiac unit more times than I can count now this year, because but I'm not going to have a pity party and when it's your time, it's your time. But God is paying back those that are doing what they're doing. We are going to see it in our lifetime. I believe it. And if we don't, I know that for me personally, there's no shame in dying. I know that then our pain will be gone, but we have a job to do, a mission, and it's to help each other and encourage each other and try to find some little ray of sunshine in all this horribleness, and encourage each other and just keep doing what we're doing.
Okay.
Right. That's good, Mitch. And I just want to tell you, too, that I know Rima personally. I've been to her house for luncheons. She has moved to Tucson from New York. It was a setup. I won't go into the whole thing. Anyhow, I've heard her talk about her husband. Her husband died in her arms last year. She said they killed him because he was speaking out.
They killed him. Yeah.
Well, Rima she has had several attempts on her life this past year. So now she has she's in China right now.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Good. In a sense, she's kind of protected then in China, even though it's a communist country. They seem to be doing much better in a lot of ways.
If people don't know who Rima is, Dr. Rima Lebo, she's a psychiatrist. And she totally supports targeted people.
Yep, she does. I looked her up after I found out about Albert Stavovine. Also said how 9/11 really happened, and then I called up former Defense Prime Minister General Paul Hellyer of Canada, who lives 10 hours away from my family where I grew up, and he said the same thing and many other things he said. And he's still alive. He's 92.
Yeah, Rima's husband said that no plane hit the Pentagon. He was there that day, that it was a missile.
Yep, exactly what he said. Yeah, I remember seeing that. I knew it. And I deployed the firefighters on our aircraft, on our Air Force aircraft, the LA firefighters, to the New York site, and they came back and told me no aircraft parts were found. They found detonators and they found bombs in the buildings. And the architects said the same thing. The pilots that I worked with said the same thing, that there's no plane that could bring it down like that.
Yeah, right. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's my theory that there were two F-18 Hornets, and they were trying to take the planes out. They missed the planes, hit the Pentagon, and also made that hole in the ground.
I hadn't thought about that. That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw actually a video that was banned of a white object heading right down the walk of the Pentagon, and shortly thereafter it blew up. I mean,
wow, yeah.
So I believe the missile.
Well, yep, it is, because Tavon Rivers said he was there at the Pentagon, or down from the Pentagon, that day when that happened. And you know Michael Barden, he was being trained 6 days before it happened, and he showed his training that he had to meet with Bush, that he was being trained for mass casualties 6 days before it happened.
From what I understand, they found the wheels of the plane and the Pentagon.
No, there was no.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
I doubt it. If they did, they planted it there.
They didn't find the engines.
Oh, please.
They have a video of the missile, but they took it off after first day.
Yeah, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin.
But there are no planes, no motor, and the debris were little things that they scattered about.
My sister-in-law was there also. She's a contractor for the Army, and she was there as well.
Okay, so I have a question. So what happened to the plane that was supposed to hit the Pentagon? Because there were what? How many planes? One, two,
They all were flown out to the ocean.
Oh, please.
And then back to a hangar, and the people were gassed. Why don't you follow Able Danger? They have the whole scoop.
All right, let's do this.
Oh, yeah.
Let's give the floor back to Midge Mathis. There are many others who would like to ask questions, have not had a chance yet, and then we can revisit this. Agree?
God, I got a bridge in New York, I'll sell you. Holy moly.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just continue, okay? That doesn't do any good for us to argue with each other. And when I come on, that's the last thing I want to hear, seriously. So let's just keep on a positive note, please.
Okay, you said your husband was the head of the DOD. I just looked it up. It's a Dana Deasy. He's the CEO. Frank said your husband's a subcontractor.
He's a major contractor, and he's ICE here in Arizona with DHS. It's Arcadis. Hang on. Arcadis, ARCADIS, which acquired Booz Allen Hamilton. And so if you don't know about Arcadis, educate yourself, because they contract with every single branch of the military, and they're not widely known, but their directory is online. I have all their directories. I have every single name of every single contractor. Also, every single state, all contractors have to be licensed. So you go to the contractor's website, you find their license.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello.
go ahead. Go right ahead.
Midge, what their license? All contractors of everything has to be licensed per state, and they have to be registered. All businesses have to be registered with the Corporation Commission.
That's correct. 100%.
Okay. And so you want to know something about a company. I mean, I don't care what it is, they still have to be registered. And so all these companies are registered that are targeting us.
Right. You can get email stating the new contracts that the military puts out every day. They'll send you an email.
Absolutely. I have the contracts of my ex-husband's name in them. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the contract. But the targeting that happened to me was under a contract, a private contract with the state of Illinois for the University of Illinois, and it has the DOD and the military contractors and 80 universities under it. So I was trying to find when you said about how we can go and look them up. I can't get the state to give me any information regarding that private organization, which is UI Lab.
Yeah, another website you can go to is called the Recorder's website. That's where you find the contracts. So with my ex-husband, he and his business partner own Global Signal Acquisitions, Crown Castle. And for me, what's so difficult is that they have the communication contracts for the city where I live, including police, EMS, the contracts for football teams for Fortune 500. And so it gets really difficult because they have so much power.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any more questions? Well, I know we have a ton, actually. Who would like to ask Midge a question?
Midge, this is Olga. Hello, Frank.
Hi.
Hi.
Is that Bloomy?
Hello. Pardon me?
Go right ahead.
This is Olga from Arizona. Thank you,
I
Midge,
know.
for
Hi,
all the work.
Olga.
How are
Thanks.
you?
How are you? I know. I had to leave Arizona. But when I get back, I want to get the group together because I want to start organizing everyone and start a conference call. And I have a lot of plans. And I want to show everybody what I have for the state of Arizona, and we're going to shut it down in Arizona.
Yes, I am all for it. I carry my sign that we have in the billboard here. I did a miniature sign. I carry with me in my car. I have one in each side, and I also did my own generic in red and white. And I know I am being attacked, gang attacked and all that stuff, but it's not going to change if I don't do it. It has not changed for 4 years. It's going to be 5 years, actually. So thank you so much, Midge, for what you're doing. You're an amazing person. Thank you, guys. And you and Jack and Ella and all the team that you guys are working with Targeted Justice. And also thank you, Frank, for this talk show as well. Thank you very much.
Oh, we have to bring awareness, and we have to keep doing it, and we have to stick to it. And I thank you, Midge, for all that you do, and God only knows I wish Sue was here, because Sue is good with prayer. All right. Would anybody like to say a prayer for Midge?
I'm here. I wanted to ask a question. Does Midge ever get V2K?
No.
No, okay. I have V2K. But I've never had it in my life, though.
That's horrible. I'm so sorry. I just think that's horrible.
What would you say the percentage of TIs that you've met and have gotten all, the people that are for your lawsuit? What are the percentage of people that you've met that you've spoken to that have V2K?
Good question. I don't know the percentage on that. I really don't, but I know it's high. I mean, I'm just shocked.
I know the number. I know the numbers, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
But you said that they're high, Midge?
From what I hear, I mean, it's shocking to know that so many people do get V2K. I mean, people that we couldn't imagine that. I mean, I know so many TIs that have it. I mean, it's awful.
So you think it could just come from someone using portable devices and drones or satellite, or you think it could be coming from the HARP system?
I don't know. I think it depends on where you live. Maybe Frank can answer that. I don't know.
Excuse me? Drones? I am of the understanding and research that this is mostly satellite driven if you have V2K.
Yes, it is.
I'm still looking at other areas, but I am since I heard Richard Lighthouse speak for the Boston Gathering, Unity and Hope, I believe this is satellite driven. And until I see something very strong, I will say that it is. And I will also say that I believe it's satellite driven, and I believe there are lasers involved. It's the only thing that can be accurate, and as pinpoint accurate as they are. So, and is
there one? Is the Air Force that's doing it in Colorado Springs?
I believe
Force, Navy.
Everything the Air Force, everything that is developed by MIT is for the Air Force. /DOD, but Air Force, yes.
And the Navy.
Yep, and V2K
And
stopped.
Frank, there's no way that we couldn't just like try to get some kind of investigation against the Air Force in Colorado Springs. Is there any way that we could do something to like?
We are in the excuse me. We are in the process of doing that, and what I will tell you is everything that I see points to Air Force, and Richard Lighthouse says that it is coming, in fact, from Colorado, and that the satellites are manufactured in California.
Yeah, L3 Technologies is L3. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody else was talking.
Oh, no, that's okay, Midge. You have the floor.
Oh. Well, Colorado Springs has the Space Command and Targeted Justice, the teammates, we went and protested there twice. And so that's what Space Command is. And then also, the deep state where they make a lot of the weapons is in New Mexico, in Albuquerque. We also protested there, and that was really exciting. That was an experience. So anyhow, but yeah, the command center, it's all run through the Air Force. The Air Force they're the ones who put the satellites up. Say a company can build a satellite, then they have to give it to the Air Force. And then the Air Force, they're the ones who launch it. So what we've had discovered, and Richard Lighthouse has discovered this, is that they're putting the weapons onto the satellites once they get it to the Air Force. And sometimes the companies have no clue that they've added some of the weapons onto the payload. So, but
can't we get some kind of a petition to pressure the chief commanders or somebody in charge of the Air Force? Can't we get like a petition or something to petition them to like?
We did.
Yeah.
We did the cease and desist letters.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, and Frank is a part of that. Yeah.
Yeah, we are actively pursuing avenues to fry anyone and everyone that is in our way. And this letter is very powerful. It does have a time element involved, and if they don't respond by a certain date, there will be other actions. So,
is there something for citizens to sign? Like, is there any kind of petition online that I can sign to help in any way, or?
Is that still available for signatures, Midge?
Yeah, we just sent out one letter yesterday, and we have more letters that we're going to send out. If you want to be a part of and added your name onto any of the cease and desist letters, let someone know. Let Frank know.
Oh, definitely. Should I send you an email that I want to be on that?
You can send an email.
Go ahead, Frank.
And at Frank at Targeted Massachusetts, in the subject line, put yes for Shriver.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it was impressive how, so many people signed on because, we have every right to do this. We've got to get their attention. We've got to step outside our comfort zone and do something that has not been done before. And that's what it's going to take. And some people get kind of uncomfortable, but that's what it's going to take to get their attention. Don't you think, Frank? And
yes, and exactly. It's an extraordinary feat that we are doing. And we are waging the largest war in the history of mankind. We are waging a war to save our own lives from our own people. Okay?
Yeah.
And it really makes me sick. It does, because I think that it was Richard that stated that 5% of the force that is doing this knows that they're doing it to us. The other 95% don't know a thing. So 5% know what's going on. 95% think they're pursuing terrorists. So
I know, crazy. Yeah, absolutely crazy.
And I have news today.
But yeah,
Stepped
you
up.
have to know that it was like the start to the end when George H.W. Bush was murdered by Black Ops, along with McCain. But it's starting to unravel, and I'm looking at some spiritual warfare prayers right now, kind of about that, and it is starting to unravel for them, and they're getting very, very nervous because they know the secret's out. And I know when you had Dr. Catherine Horton on, she spoke a little bit about that. And since she was a physicist, she worked at CERN. I was kind of wondering some of the things that she saw there, which was pretty interesting that she shared what she did. Did you get to hear her, Midge, on kind of what she witnessed there?
I've talked to Catherine many times about, when she actually she didn't work for CERN. She worked for a company that contracted with CERN. And so I've heard Catherine speak before about, there's a lot of different things. But myself, because, we're just trying to get things under control here and trying to get the Air Force and everyone to stop what they're doing and trying to bring to light what's happening to innocent citizens that I know about them. I've read up on it and stuff, but I don't really spend a lot of time on it at all.
Well,
I mean,
here's the thing. When I lived overseas, and many people I've talked to, they're much more freer with what they're able to talk about. They're not called crazy for all these things.
You're right.
They've got even TV channels, dedicated, like in Poland. So they're much more open, and they're not as well. Yeah, of course, in Russia and places like that, and some, China, in some places, in certain circles. But they seem to be much more open and receptive.
Yes, they are. I mean, it's just talked about in Poland. They had the largest protest of anyone, with the most people. I mean, it was phenomenal last year, and so it's openly discussed that you're a target. But they look at it as like a badge of honor, because you must have done something really, really good in order to to become targeted. So that's kind of how they look at it, like it is a badge of honor.
Like, Midge, I wanted to ask you, do you think that it's possible that maybe some of the TIs are getting hit with these weapons from the Air Force, but there's also some that are being experimented on by the CIA? Like an MK Ultra program?
Yeah, they're all involved. I mean, it's a given. If you listen to Kevin Shipp, I mean, he comes right out and says that. I mean, he used to work with the CIA, and, if you ever have read his book, which is really awesome, he says a lot in his book. I just finished it. So they're all involved. I mean, they all know what's going on.
So do you think the CIA is working with Air Force, like just doing things on their own, and they work with the Army, or?
I think they all work together along with the corporations. That's my take. I could be wrong, but that's what I think, because it's all
you'll see mostly working out of the country. The Air Force.
They do a lot of work here too. I mean, because here's the deal. People think, okay, the CIA, this is all that they do, but no, they have investment companies. They have all kinds of other businesses. They have. There's all kinds of stuff that these government entities they're into, because they generate money different ways. And And so that's the kind of research that I do. I can tell you what they own, what they have, different houses here, different houses there. So that's kind of the research that I do. I know the names of all my perps. I know where they live. I also know where they go. They go to one central house to get their cash because they can't have a paper trail of this stuff. So they go to this one. I mean, they have to have gas money. So I've identified the house where they go to get their cash. And so there's a lot of things that I have, a lot of information. And I've just been really lucky that I haven't. So, and it is, and if, Olga, if you're still listening, it's Arizona Enhanced Surveillance. That's the name of the company.
Okay. Yeah, I sent something to Midge, and I think I might have sent it also to Frank, but I'm not sure. But the CIA did some MKUltra experiments, as people know, in the 1960s and 70s. And recently, there's an organization called the Black Vault, and they just got some classified documents released to become unclassified, and it's all in the news. And what these documents showed is that the CIA put electrodes in 6 dogs' brains and was able to remotely control all 6 dogs. They made them run and walk and eat and do different things, and they also used some kind of helmet that they also used on the dogs. And they also drugged prisoners. They did mind control on prisoners. And they also worked on hypnosis on crowds. And this all became unclassified within the past week or 2. And I sent the link to Midge, to her email. I don't know if you got it.
Thank you so much.
blackvault.com.
Yeah, that's right. Theblackvault.com. We've gotten over 1,000 documents out of there a couple of years ago. And unfortunately, a lot of the key phrases and sentences and paragraphs, etc., have been blacked out. So the information you get, you might get the information you want out of 5 to 10 documents, but it depends which ones and how long they are. But we did glean a lot of information from there. And the Black Vault is probably one of the first FOIA locations that you could get documents from. And I couldn't believe it when I found it.
Oh,
Actually,
that's great.
yeah, that's quite.
Yeah, they showed a video. I guess that someone did like not like a documentary, but like a short news clip video showing these dogs and how they were electrodes were put in their head. And this is very important for me personally because I had mentioned that I'm getting remote neural monitoring, but I'm being remotely controlled. If they can remotely control dogs, then they can remotely control a human.
Okay, don't ever say that. Don't ever say that they can remotely control you, because you're giving them power. Okay, try to think positive. Say they cannot control me, and believe me, your brain hears all this, and
right.
You know, so you don't have.
You're trying to make it more of a positive, trying to make it more positive, and not letting it sound like that I'm giving my power away to them, but like.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to speak like technically, though, they do have. Well, the reason why I say this is important to me personally is because if I ever want to sue them and bring a lawsuit, I can use these documents now as proof that they can do what they're doing. You know what I mean? And if they could do it to a dog, they could do it to a human. You know?
Yeah.
So it's more proof for me for like a lawsuit. You know?
But, you have to think criminal first, civil later. If you go into court with a criminal complaint and you even mention money, they'll throw you and your case out of court. Go for the criminal aspect first. I mean, you can go all the way back to the O.J. Simpson case. I mean, the family went after O.J. Simpson criminally, the court system, and then the family went after them civilly. So
that's a good point. Thank you for that. That's a very good point.
no problem. You know,
Thank
if you
you.
mention money in court, you're all done right there. Don't mention
Yeah,
money.
that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm meeting with my lawyer this week.
Another thing I think that we have on our side is there were some veterans that had a lawsuit, and I can't remember what year it was now, but there was an attorney that was representing, oh God, I don't know how, like a lot of veterans from the Vietnam War, and they claimed that they were microchipped, that they had been implanted, and they had proof that they were implanted. And the attorney just suddenly died.
Okay.
Yeah, but I wanted to just say this because this case, the case that was in for these veterans, I don't know if they pursued another case after that. But I know during the case, the judge did go against the CIA and told the CIA in the court case that the public has a right to know, you know, if you've implanted these veterans and were experimenting on them in the 1960s and 70s during the Vietnam War.
Okay.
So it was a very good thing that the judge said that during that case.
Those were actually the Canadian trials. Okay, we have a situation here. Midge Mathis is not going to be with us probably for maybe a few months. And we would like everyone to get a chance to speak with her because she's a wonderful woman and she's been through a lot and she has a lot to share. So if you have a question, please feel free, unmute *6. Nobody's ever permanently muted here. Those of you with computers know what to do. Just unmute and ask away. Midge is here.
Thanks.
Question / comment. I would, Frank, given what you said a moment ago about civil versus criminal, the evidence, the bar of evidence standard is much higher for criminal than it is for civil. So, I mean, to the degree that you won't encounter a kangaroo court and that the court will be uncorrupted, don't you think that civil, at least the evidentiary bar, is not what it is for criminal? Or no?
Excuse me, may I make a comment about that?
Sure.
Yeah, Linda knows. She knows law.
Well, I don't know law. I just know a little bit about legal. I was in it for years. The preponderance of evidence is what civil is, and criminal is the evidence has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. So those are, you know, and your evidence in civil is just the preponderance of evidence. So yeah, it's a higher standard for criminal courts, but that is the difference. That's what I don't know how to explain. I mean, I can't say exactly what it would be, what the preponderance would be, or what would be considered beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that's sort of subjective to each jury if it's a jury trial, but that's the difference in the evidence presented. Anyway.
Thank you.
Right, beyond a shadow of a doubt in a jury, you know the way that has to read.
Well, the jury, the preponderance of evidence, as opposed to criminal being beyond a reasonable doubt, they have to have no doubt, no reasonable doubt of the person's guilt, you know?
Right.
That's my understanding.
So as far as preponderance of evidence, we are going to have frequencies from probably the FBI recorded.
Yeah.
Because this is what I'm going to tell you. If you can hear this V2K, somebody else can. Midge, please take the floor, and I'm sure there's a lot of people with a lot of questions.
Oh, okay. I enjoy listening to everybody else too, because I'm always learning from everyone. There's so many smart people in this community. Oh my gosh. Absolutely.
We have a great group here.
Yeah.
Beautiful bunch of people. And we meet here 3 times a week. And we've gotten to know each other. And
How many times a week, Frank? You cut out there for a minute.
9 to whenever, 3 times a week. Plus we have
Wonderful.
Plus we have a V2K call from 6 to 9 before the regular call. So we're pretty busy.
Wow. You're busy. You put in a lot of hours.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Yeah, that's wonderful, though.
Can I just add one?
Hi, Midge. This is Deb K from Minnesota. Can I ask a question? Are you done, Linda?
Yeah, I just let me say one more thing, and then I'll stand.
Right.
I just wanted to say, you guys, we were talking. I think it was on your call, Frank, when we were talking about that iridescent kind of yellowish stuff that they get on things, and if you get a black light, you can see it, and we don't know what it is exactly, but it's not good. It's some kind of a chemical that they spread around our houses,
right.
And the subject came up, and I think it was James Lyko who mentioned the fact that those Clorox wipes, that they come in a round kind of tubey thing. He said he had heard that they were really effective, and I just cleaned an area off that they like to do things like your light switches and your phones and, anything that you're going to be touching, and they know you're going to be touching, and hopefully you'll eat with, whatever. But I just used the Clorox wipes and those little Mr. Clean sponges that gets dirt off of everything. They're wonderful. They really pick up a lot of stuff. And I just got it totally off a light switch that I've not been able to get it off of before. Those 2 items work. I would use them in conjunction with each other. I don't know why it worked, but it does. And I don't know what's in those Clorox wipes. Maybe just plain old bleach would work. I don't know. But I do know that I tried the suggestions that we heard the other night on, I think it was your call, Frank, and they work. I just wanted to tell people that. Okay, Deb.
That's great.
Oh, thank you.
Linda, or does anybody know what the residue is?
No, but it does glow. It's what's our gal in Florida who died recently? All of a sudden, I can't remember her name. Anyway, she was.
Oh, begins with E.
Yeah, Elvira.
Elvira. Thank you.
Yeah.
Elvira, that's right.
She used to have.
Okay, I got a question.
She had that.
Sorry.
And I'm just telling you, we don't know what it was, but she felt it was poison, and she did die. So best to get it out of your territory.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Midge, this is Deb K in Minnesota. We're getting a lot of snow here. We're getting all snowed in,
boy.
so don't come here.
Oh, boy.
But anyway, I have a question. I believe, this is what I believe. I believe we are on a list, and I'm wondering if we're ever going to see the list with our names on it.
Oh, I think they're going to, because they're classified, I think these things have to be declassified. The FISA warrant. That's what's happened. People have, these FISA warrants are put on people, and then you're put on the list, a watch list. Non-investigative, watch list. So I do believe that. I really do. I had somebody send me something one time, and it had this picture on it, and it had all these fake crimes that his attorney had found.
Oh my God. So I'm wondering, like this is another thing I believe. Because I'm trying to figure out how these people, it's a habit that I'm seeing. Like they pull up in front of my house, and they're looking at my house. They're in their car, and they're on their phone, and they dial something in. I know they're dialing something in under my name, and it's going to the cell phone tower. Then it goes to the satellite or whatever, and then I get this force that comes down on me that is unexplainable. And I have to put my strobe lights on and my laser. I swing that around, and try to break off these things that are coming at me. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and I think Frank had mentioned a lot of the stuff is satellite driven. I do believe it is. I know for a lot of people that's hard to imagine, but I mean, there's the handheld stuff, there's the satellites, there's the drones, and then they have a Murata stuff of how they like to poison us and put stuff in our homes, blah blah blah.
Yep.
But
Yep.
But I would say this, that the drone program is huge, and the drones are being used a lot for a lot of things. They also have the assassination program. And I mean, if they want to kill any of us in a heartbeat, they can do it.
I think they're serving.
The satellites are used a lot, and more so than, what people really want to believe, I think.
Are we going to be seeing their names under our name then? Are we going to be seeing their names? They sign in under our name. Oh, there's Deb Burton. I shouldn't want to say my name. Okay, so there's Deb K. She we got to attack her right now. So they're all swarming by my house back and forth. They're babysitting me.
I don't know what that is.
Hello.
Sorry.
Frank.
So are we going to see their name? Are we going to see their names underneath?
Hi.
Are we going to see? Wait a minute. Wait. Are we going to see their names under our name then?
Their names? You mean are the perpetrators?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but I don't think so. Because, I mean, they're not going to have our names and their names next to our names. I mean, we're just not going to see that.
Yeah.
But will we know some of the names? Yes, absolutely. But a lot of these, companies, corporations that are involved, Intel, Lockheed Martin, all of them, so, I mean, this is what they do. And Phoenix is, so impounded now with all these companies. I mean, I was watching this building go up near where my daughter lives, and I thought, well, what is that? It was next to Intel, and it was massive. And then they put up this sign as Northrop Grumman. They have a huge facility in Chandler, Arizona, and right next door to it is Intel. Massive, huge. And so there they all are. They're within a 10-mile radius. I can just go down the line and see all these companies that are involved with targeting. And it's really frightening. You've got Spectrum, you've got ATK, orbital satellite systems, you've got Continuum. I mean, it just goes on down. They've got around the corner is where they make the implants. I mean, this is just unbelievable to me. So I do, we know we have been able to determine targeted justice that, the worst states, Florida is horrible because they have the Baker Act, but Florida is horrible for targeting. Arizona, California has the most TIs, and Texas and Pennsylvania. Those are the main states.
Okay, could I just interrupt you for a second? I'm going to grab a cup of coffee because I'm going to fall over, and I have to go till 2 a.m. here Eastern or better. So I'll be right back.
Oh boy.
Have fun.
I'm gonna have a slug of milk.
Okay.
Anybody? Okay, Frank.
Yes.
I have this video that is only 1 minute and 49 seconds long.
Yeah.
It's called Leaked 2017 Gang Shopper Recruitment Video.
Yep.
It's in YouTube.
Okay, just email it to me. Email me.
I don't know how to do it.
Just hit share. Just hit share, and it'll show you the link. Then you can copy the link and mail me the link. It'd be much appreciated.
Okay. And the other thing was the weaponized, the cell phone towers. I think we're leaving that out of the gamut of things they use. They have this, unfortunately, Google erased the video of this guy, but someone wrote an article on his video, and it's just talking about the weaponization of the cell phone towers and how they can kill a whole city populace, because it's got more. It's a microwave oven's internal Megatron. Which, okay, I don't know if you want me to read it or not, or if you want to read it. I don't know how you want to do it.
Okay, why don't we, if it's a video, we can share it if I have a link. If it's only a minute, if you can send me the link, we can share it right now if you'd like to. That's up to Midge. This is her show tonight.
But okay, so but the weaponized cell phone towers it's not a video. Well, it was a video, but Google deleted it.
Okay, so we can't.
But this is an article which you can read about that video.
Okay.
About the guy's video.
Can you send me that? I'd be more.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Okay.
I'm real good.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I'm going to try for my cup of coffee. Unmute and chat. *6 will unmute you if you want to speak. Laura Ann's here. Linda C's here. We got a lot of chaps here. We got a lot of good people tonight. Great people. And we got a lot of callers with a lot of questions, I'm sure. I'll only do like 5 minutes, and I'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Linda C., are you still there? Oh, I think you shut the whole thing down.
Excuse me a second. You know, it's not just Florida that has the Baker Act, because it's called 302 in Pennsylvania. It's called Chapter 51 in Wisconsin, and some states call it 5150. And
5150 in California.
Yeah,
I know that.
Baker Act, what does that mean?
Florida is the worst. The Targeted Justice Team, we won't even travel into Florida.
Yeah, well, I was just letting you know, it's in all states, and they do take people for no reason.
I used to work in the emergency room, and so it was 5150, and here in Arizona. Yep. So absolutely, but Florida is by far the worst, and they will Baker Act you in a heartbeat, in the blink of an eye for nothing. So, anyhow.
Yeah, I know Karen Stewart had talked about that when she went back, how she was just annihilated, and they went in. She went to visit her parents there from Maryland to Florida, and they took out all her equipment. They took SWAT teams in and took all of her computers and hard drives and everything with no reason, no warrant, nothing.
Jeez. But I know it's like,
and I love her dearly too.
All rules have been thrown out the window, and it's a free for all for a lot of things.
Yeah,
does anybody know
only win
Frank's
for
email?
so long.
Does anybody know Frank's email?
Frank's email?
I'm sorry, I can
I have
you.
Frank is Targeted Massachusetts. That's the email I have for him.
Okay. .com.
Let me see.
It's Frank Targeted Massachusetts, I believe. Hold on. Yeah, Frank Targeted Massachusetts.
Yeah, Frank at targetedmassachusetts.org.
Okay. Okay.
I have a little something if anybody's interested in if Midge, if you want to listen to a little bit about what Tavon Rivers said, and him having been Intel third generation Navy, grew up in Maryland, and I'll just play a little bit of it because I don't want to bore everybody, but I played it before, and you can contact him. Anybody can contact him. He'll give you free shielding stuff. He's got so much wonderful information that him and his wonderful girlfriend, unfortunately, he ended up having to get divorced because his wife couldn't deal with it, and you can't blame her for, what they were both going through. Is just a horrible thing. I don't know how any relationship or marriage can withstand all of this. If it does, it's great. Let's see, Tom. Let's see, Paul Hellier. I can give Paul Hellier's phone number when I get a chance if you like. He's the 2-star general I talked to, wrote the book Money Mafia, and it involves all of this stuff, everything we're talking about, and much more, going all the way back to the 60s, 70s, even back to the 40s, because he's, 92.
How do you spell his last name?
Paul Hellier, Hellyer. He's written at least 5 books. I just talked to him several months ago. He's working on his memoirs now. And of course, just like Mr. General Stubblebine, they want to paint him as crazy and all of this, but we know different to describe him. So this is the one, Tavon Rivers and his girlfriend. She's a really good interview. They met working at the same place, and I don't know if she was DOD or what she was, but she's an American. Let's see. So surveillance, harassment, B2K, gain stalking, ex-military, engineer, powerful testimony, under Real Speaks. This was 2017. I'll just give you a little narrative. This is a powerful testimony. The ex-military engineer Tavon Rivers gives a detailed account of how he became a targeted individual for covert electronic weapon harassment, B2K, and community gang stalking programs. Tavon comes from a U.S. military background and spent 6 years in the U.S. Navy, moved to the U.K. where he lived for 9 years. While in the U.K., he was stationed at Royal Air Force Base Menworth Hill military base, which is, I think is in the north. I was in the southeast. Military base, which he later discovered had been the central point for employing microwave weapons on local citizens. Tavon describes in detail how his experiences with being targeted by B2K voice-to-skull technology, along with other forms of electronic harassment, and he also goes into detail about community gang stalking program, and that he became a target of while in the UK. Tavon left the grid of the UK and moved to Morocco in order to escape his targeting. This testimony interview is conducted by his partner Naima, who adds to the conversation by recalling the events that occurred during the time Tavon was escaping the grip of these programs, working his way to healing. Several solutions that Tavon had been experimenting to minimize the symptoms are also discussed, including technology like orgonite that helps to block the harmful signals, heavy metal detoxing, fighting this battle, and he's a Christian too, so he knows that's part of, keeping positive, a spiritual level. Tavon and Naima have written a book called Forbidden Tech that describes these programs and the technology used in them, and that you can get this book here at his website, www.forbidden.tech. So I'm going to play a little bit and just let me know, you guys, if you want me to stop it.
Targeting people during vulnerable moments in their life when they're getting divorced when there's a death.
Start at the
So
beginning.
let's begin.
My name is Tavon Rivers. I'm a targeted.
Okay. Back to our special guest.
So let's start.
Yeah, I was going to play for Midge, Tavon Rivers, the one I played for you before.
And the kind of work that you
And
did.
just let me know if you want me to stop it at any time.
Well,
hold it.
My background. I'm from.
If you want, I can. Is it a movie or? I mean, is it on YouTube or? Is it on?
It's the YouTube.
Okay.
About him being an intel, talking about this program and how to get away from it, how you can avoid it.
I think that's something that we can listen to, like maybe Midge might have to leave later on, and then that's something
sure.
to listen to.
Sure.
And you can throw me the link and I'll share it for you.
I'll send it back to you.
Okay.
So if you want to send that to her and send her my number, as you know, I rarely talk to anyone because to get what I have to get done and work with the people like she does, high level people, I have to be very strategic on how I do it because they've taken my health down, so I have to kind of pace myself. So I'll send it to you right now, and like I said, you guys continue on.
Okay. Would anybody like to, or does anybody have actually a question for Midge?
I sent to you this. Okay, it's not camera.
Go ahead. What? Excuse me?
No, I just was saying I sent you that. Sent you that thing.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you got it.
I see.
And now I'm sending.
So did I interrupt something that everybody was really interested in? Because it sounded like I was hearing loud screeching noises and everything when I came back on.
It might have been when I was playing that. I just asked, and Midge, I think, stated she might be interested in hearing a little bit of it. And I said if anybody else wants to hear it, if they, if they had enough or they don't want to hear any more of it, then, just to give a sampling of it, not to play the whole thing, then just let me know and I'll quit.
Yeah, I can look at it on YouTube. Yeah, I have never heard of him before.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what he has to say.
Do you want me to play a little bit of it?
Sure. If you can.
You.
Oh, you can't put
It's up to everybody, actually.
It's whatever you guys want to do. It doesn't matter to me.
I'll take a consensus. It's everybody's vote.
Lorianne?
Yeah? Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, let me find it. Okay, so Tavon, it's called Forbidden Tech, is one of the books that they wrote.
All right. Okay,
and
why
it
don't
talks about this. All right.
So let's begin.
My name is Tavon Rivers. I'm a targeted individual and an electronic harassment and gang stalking survivor, and this is my testimony.
So let's start with your background. Tell us a little bit about how you grew up and the kind of work that you did, where you lived.
Well, my background, I'm from the Washington, Northern Virginia, North Carolina area. My family is originally from North Carolina. I was born and raised in a military family. My dad was a Navy submariner. He was also an electronics technician. And basically, the East Coast is where I was born and raised. I spent some time in the university. Eventually ended up going into the Navy as a cryptologic technician, which involves electronics training and the sort of thing needed to repair most electromechanical items. So I had a career in the Navy, 6 years in the Navy. Enjoyed those 6 years. And in the end, my last my last station was in RAF Minwood Hill in North Yorkshire in England. And it was there that I married my ex, and we both decided to leave the defense community in 2006. And I lived there in the UK for about 12 years. I was originally stationed there in 2004.
Before we go into the UK and what happens there, I just wanted to know if you can give a little bit about the type of work that you were doing while you were in the Navy, as much as you can, as much as you can say, because there's things you're not supposed to talk about, and we'll respect that. But the type of work you were doing and the types of agencies that were around you, so that you, just to give people an idea that you were part of these circles in some way.
Yes. So this is as a reference. I was a cryptologic technician, and I performed network installation and repair of equipment for installations. So we flew around and repaired equipment. And the things we talk about with regard to electronic harassment later in the interview has nothing to do with anything that I worked on. That although I did have a top secret clearance and I was read into certain programs, they have in no way have anything to do with the things I've experienced since I left the Navy over 12 years ago. And if anyone who's familiar with that kind of community knows that top secret clearances are given out like candy, and doesn't mean that you know anything about any of the programs that are going on parallel to what you're working on. So while I was in the Navy, that was pretty much my duty. I repaired electromechanical equipment, network equipment primarily, and I flew around, and that was primarily my job.
So you were installing all of the equipment for other different projects all over the place to make sure that the communication systems were set up. That's part of the equipment installation and all of that. And also just wanted to mention that in the military there is compartmentalization. So there are many different levels in the military, and most of them are on a need-to-know basis. So I think that giving out top secret clearance like candy is a good way of putting it, because that doesn't mean that you really know anything. You're just doing your job, and you're doing the best that you can do, and you don't know about things that are going on in levels above you.
Or beside you. I worked next to contractors. The contractors you work with on some of these projects. But to answer your question with regard to some of the agencies that were using the equipment that we're installing, it did include intelligence agencies as well.
Okay. And so I just wanted to ask about between, being an American and then deciding to move and relocate to the UK. Could you just tell us some of your reasons behind wanting to leave America back then?
At the time, I enjoyed my time in the Navy personally as a personal career, especially the friends and the things I learned there. But I had a problem with the direction of politics as far as the war footing. And so I made a conscious decision to leave the military after my 6 years. But I also enjoyed seeing the rest of the world. And at the time, the rest of the world for me was England. I enjoyed the UK. And I thought that what I would try to do is do something away from the military world, the defense world, and go into something more open and free, like art. So I wanted to try to open up a contracting business where I did websites and graphic design, oil painting, doing commissions for things like that. It was also the time when I met my ex, who was also in the defense community, where we both decided, she was British, decided to leave the military world and just go out in the private sector and just break away from that.
So now this is where it gets into some interesting things here, because you lived in the UK for about 9 years.
Yeah, about
9 years, and you were working different IT jobs while you were there. And in the beginning, when you met your ex-wife, the two of you left the services together. She was working at a job that you were working at, and that's how you met.
Yes.
And you both decided to leave that particular world and go on to different careers, right? Different paths. And the reason I bring that up is because you've spoken about how maybe looking back in hindsight, that was the problem.
Yeah.
The fact that you had left that world of. Describe that.
Well, when I left the Navy while stationed in North Yorkshire, I remember my chain of command. In one sense, they respected my decision to do so, but they encouraged me to go back to the States. And I've always been free will. If there's something I'd like to try and explore, I just do it.
We heard this already.
And so I had mixed reactions from people who are within my chain of command. Some of my colleagues, they understand why I left, but to be honest, anyone who hasn't looked at what's been happening since September 11th, it can be very difficult if you're in the services. And for me, my family, my uncles, they all, I'm like third generation military, so you're told certain stories about how the country runs or how things should run, how things should operate. So when you see certain things happen in your career, you have questions. And it's not from the perspective of someone who doesn't know, but more like from what you've been told from your parents who were military, how things should work.
Would you be willing to share that perspective in this interview about your feelings about what you saw around September 11th and what kind of started your questioning process?
Yes. I mean, my problem, the questions I've had has always been, things like the Twin Towers being hit by a plane.
I'm going to say that I'd really love to hear from
Told you.
You want me to end it?
I think.
we heard it before.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So everybody's okay for me to just stop it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to just give a little dose of in case Midge or anybody else wanted to hear it for their future on their own time.
Okay. Thank you. I wish you'd send me the link to that so that I can.
I will. I sent it to you, but in the past, but I'll send it to you right now.
Okay.
So anybody's interested can, they can find solace in there is answers and there is, unfortunately, having to move away isn't for everybody, but I've had to do it now several times, and this is going to be a big one for me, but I feel very comfortable. It's the right decision for me. And everybody can test the waters. They can come over. All they have to do is pay their plane ticket, and they can come over and visit and have free room and board, and I'll show them around, and they'll quiet. And if it doesn't work out, then I'll come back here or go to Greece or go elsewhere. I don't know. I know it's cheaper. It's much cheaper to live over there than you think.
Where?
Especially because they're having financial and political difficulties. But the difference between Italy and other places is they're not allowing all of these, I'm not saying all immigrants are bad, the ones that are pillaging and raping young girls in the name of Muhammad or Shia or whatever you want to call it. So they're very picky on that.
Okay. Wow. That's very interesting.
So I'm sending it to you right now.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got a lot of people with a lot of great ideas.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay. Let me see. We've got Ryan down here, who's a Massachusetts TI. We've got Paula, Scott. We've got Wide, Linda C.
Wide's on the line. Wide is here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And Life is here.
Mhm.
2 Lauries, or maybe 1. Everybody's keeping quiet. What are you, all asleep?
Midge? No, Frank, I have a question to ask.
Great. Thank you.
Listening to Mike Morales, and he's very good on weather, and he was saying that he feels that there were some chemicals in the last storm that just passed us. It's still here in California, but it's all over the United States. And he asked the question, if anybody in the last 3 days, women, if you were feeling acute anxiety and depression, and men, if you were getting headaches if you were getting headaches and a lot of ringing in the ears for the men.
Big time yesterday. I thought it was just me drains and moving, but I felt despair. I felt such despair.
Well, maybe that's it. Should I repeat the question?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay. In the last 3 days, or we'll say 4 days, maybe, if you're on the East Coast, if the women have felt acute anxiety or depression, or if the men had an increased ringing in the ears and headaches.
I think I know.
Interesting.
I don't get headaches.
How did you find that out, or how do you
The guy by the name of Mike Morales, and he has a thing called Bizarre Story.
Wow, thank you for bringing that up, because I thought it was just me.
15 human feet have been found in Vancouver, no bodies. And there's a toxic dirt in Australia, and he's really involved with weather warfare. And
so is it Doppler?
I don't know. He's a citizen journalist. It's
Thank
on
you for
YouTube.
telling me that. Thank you so much for telling me that, because I was really struggling and everything. I was just having fits and I was crying. I was yelling at people. I wasn't getting any sleep. People were making all kinds of noise and I tried to just ignore it. And I had the last straw yesterday. I just literally said, God, take me out. Take me out. I'm not going to do it, but take me out. I can't take any more. I'm going to end up having to go to the ER again in the cardiac unit. I just can't.
I don't think that's going to happen, Amy. You'll be all right.
Well, I have many times, and they said I have to have open heart surgery now, and I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to keep getting acupuncture. I'm going to keep doing what Midge was saying and others were saying, Melinda, doing the holistic thing, and just keeping trying to keep a sound mind and spirit and body, and
Amy,
stay away from drugs, medicines, anything of that nature.
Good. Can we let somebody else see if we can get somebody that wants to ask a question? There's a lot of new people who drifted in here in the last, 15 or
for sharing that.
Midge.
Yeah.
What do you have in the way of paperwork that you could send me from Targeted Justice? I want to start working more closely with you guys.
Okay, so if you want to work closely with us, you can come on as a volunteer. We have a process.
Yeah.
So you can come on as a volunteer, and we have specific subjects that we research. We have like an agenda. We have a plan.
Okay.
And so anyhow, so before we bring on like a member, they have to kind of prove themselves by doing volunteer work. and researching subjects that were. I mean, we have an agenda. We just don't.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Okay.
An agenda, and we have specific things that we do, but we don't discuss our plans outside our team.
Good for you.
Makes
Good
sense
idea.
to people.
Okay.
Because as soon as you do that, then guess what? Everything tries to get shut down.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess one instant
I had my speaker off. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, great.
Hey, we have a question from Pat. Mrs. Wide-Eyed.
Midge?
Go ahead.
Hi, Miss Fran. Hi, how are you?
Oh,
Hi, sweetheart.
it's so good to hear you.
You too. I've been thinking about you.
I know. I am just praying for your health and continued strength. You know you mean so much to the community.
Oh, thank you.
And I've just been listening and just really enjoying hearing you speak. I'm so glad you have the strength. The last time we talked, you seemed like you were very like you were weak and you had to make things short.
I was sick. I mean, I was really bad. I couldn't do much of anything.
Well, are you getting better where you are?
Yeah, and it's a slow process. But, one of the best ways to get better is to connect with the community and do what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So it's important. This is very important to me tonight.
I
Because,
know Frank's got a great call.
This is a huge step in me with my healing. So thank you, Frank, for asking me, because this has been truly very important for me to do this.
Well, I will I won't stay on long, but I would ask one other question, and that's what can we do as a community to help you in targeted justice?
Oh, that's so nice of you to ask.
I am asking on behalf of a lot of other people too. So.
Well, we seriously would like to bring on some new members because we're just getting so busy. And, we have a lot of things planned this year, and we're going to need people. I'm looking now for like a graphic artist, someone who can help with our newsletter. So if anybody thinks that they would like to do that and like to help us out, shoot me an email. We have several key subjects that we are researching. And so, we just have a multitude of things all the time. And we would like to hold a conference this year. So,
great.
We have 5 cities that we're looking at that are possibilities.
I'll vote for Frank up there in Massachusetts. That was such a great place to have that conference in 2017.
Oh, in Boston, that was so neat, wasn't it?
I know it.
But, we also have people on the West Coast who have been really asking for something their way because a lot of the West Coast people, including myself, have traveled to the East Coast quite a bit. And so we have 2 states that we're looking at on the West side. And anyhow, so I hope that all works out. But, what I really love is I'm hearing from people. I'm a people person. I always have been. I'm very social, and I get my strength and energy and my feel good from talking to everybody. So call me Clyde.
Okay.
I love talking to you, and then we can talk more about, how to have targeted justice and so forth and so on. But we're looking for volunteers. So,
all right.
At this moment, we're working 24/7. There's every single day of the week I'm still working, and And I know Richard Lighthouse too. Nobody works harder than Richard Lighthouse, I don't think. I know from personal experience when we went to protest in Colorado Springs, after we went and protested for hours, he went door to door to 450 houses and left his life in one afternoon, and did it again did it again the next day. And then when we were in Albuquerque, he and Jack Christiana went to the home of the Directed Energy. They have like a society there because they're kind of proud of this stuff. And so he and Jack Christiana went to the home of the president of the Directed Energy Society and talked to the wife. She invited them in, and she said she has been hearing that innocent citizens were being harmed by this technology. So they sat down and they talked, and then she gave them her email address, and they sent my pictures to her. So this society is well aware of what's happening.
Wow.
But all of that was because of Richard Lighthouse, and he lives to help people. That is a true story. So,
well, I've been meaning to talk to him too.
You should.
But, well, I won't stay on. I just thank you so much, Midge. And
Mary, call me the next couple of days, or I'll call you. Okay.
Okay.
You know, because I'm away from my family and my friends that I live with, and so I need to hear from my friends.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want you to be lonely.
Well, I can't get outside because of my eyes; they're too sensitive. So I'm inside all the time.
Oh well, I think there's going to be you're expecting a snowstorm one of these days here coming up. So watch out for that.
We have a lot of snow right now where I'm at. So yeah. It's really beautiful though.
Well, I'm just glad you're resting and being able to heal. That's so important.
Yeah, I couldn't heal. I mean, I just never imagined that someone could do that to anyone on a regular basis, like burn this severely every 10 days for months on end. So I truly know what torture is, that's for sure. And I know a lot of other people know what that's like too. But, because we all know when we get assaulted so hard, it encompasses every aspect of your being. I mean, physically, mentally, emotionally, and it gets very difficult.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Anyhow, good to hear your voice.
Oh, it's so good to hear you. Well, you take care. I love you.
Love you too.
Thank you, Frank.
Well, Midge. Oh, certainly. Midge, you've got a lot of people out there that love you. And I think that is the entire balance of this crew on here, including myself. And we all wish you the best in recovering. And I want to try and understand and figure out exactly where this is coming from. And, when this is going on, I'd love to be there with equipment to find out where it's at.
Well, I can hear the drones. Yeah. I mean, the Predator drone is huge, and I've seen them. One night I was at my daughter's, and I was sleeping in her bed, and I heard this horrible, horrible noise, and I looked outside the window, and there was this huge, huge black helicopter, huge. And so that's twice that I've seen them, like right up outside my window. But beyond that, you can hear them, and they shake the room. They're so huge. I mean, they're not tiny. I mean, they're not like the little home, that individuals have. I mean, these are huge, and they carry a lot of equipment, and they can do a lot of stuff. But also, Richard Lighthouse knows how to identify the satellites, and so we've been able to do that as well, because the last time that I was hit with the satellite, I could pinpoint it to the absolute hour that I was hit by it. And so we were able, and then we figured it out that satellite did have the weapon, the microwave weapon on it. But also, I've been scanned by Melinda, and I have a diagram that shows exactly, who is what company and what everything is being done to me. So I have all the information.
Oh, we got somebody even applauding you.
Something is going on.
Wow. That's amazing that you got that information.
Right.
Thank you for sharing.
And then, all the implants go through, it's called medical radio or med radio. And all of the implants are supposed to be registered with the FCC. And so it's like the FCC, they know what's going on. Well, here's the deal.
Got it.
Dr. Staninger has been able to identify 4 of her clients that have the same frequency that is not registered with the FCC. And so I'm one of them. Susan Olson, who's on my team, is another in New York. A doctor in Southern California, and this other guy in Tennessee. And so for some reason, the 4 of us have the exact same frequency, and it's not registered. So that has been identified. We did open up an investigation with the FCC, and they shut it down.
Wow. FCC.
I mean, this is just insane to me. And the people doing this are insane. So I will say this, and I've never said this before, that the one person that shares the same frequency left a message on his attorney's phone last week and said, I know who did this to me. I know the person's name, who's responsible. He said my ex-husband. Now, I don't know this. He doesn't know me by that name. I've never talked to him and said my ex-husband's name, but somehow he has connected my ex-husband to him being implanted. So that's a little shock. And it's hard. Hi.
Oh. Hi. This is Donna. I thought you were through. I just I have a lot of questions, actually. How do you know that it's just your husband and maybe that there's many others too?
It is hands down my ex-husband. It's also his business partners who I know. I do know them because I used to do business with them. I used to be a very successful real estate investor, builder in Tucson. So I know who's involved exactly. I have all kinds of information, and I've also had a lot of people tell me things.
Mm-hmm. I think I know who put me on it too, and I think that if I came forward with it, I would be so put out. I would probably barely be walking around. That's what I think. And
I just want to tell you, I used to think that way, but then I realized that I had to come forward with my story because that actually will help keep you alive too. Mm-hmm. If you start outing these folks and telling your story and what's happening, that does protect you.
Mm-hmm. I know a lot of people that are involved, but I do believe that there was initial person that put me on that list, definitely. And about the helicopter, when I was up in Arizona for 2 years after I got targeted, I left Ventura, California, my home. I just lost my home, 2 businesses and friends, church, animals, garden, everything. And I just duplicated my second business 2 years prior. So I used up my credit card money quite a bit. And they really know how to take you down. So anyway, I had some beautiful, beautiful apartments after I left my home. And so one night I was, microwaved, radiated, rubber bullets, you name it, right out of my apartment. I ended up in the Walmart parking lot sleeping in my car. And this great big huge black helicopter comes down just almost on top of my car and lets out this dust all over. I could hardly breathe. And then it flew away. That was pretty shocking. I'm just bringing this up because you are in Arizona, and I was really hoping I could go back and live by my children. But I know what I went through, and I know what's there. And I'd never go back if I had to go back by myself, I don't think. And it does seem incredible with all the universities that are involved. I mean, up in the mountains, there's a university that is way, way into robotics. I met a lot of these people, not just, how do you do? I'm into this. But I met them and I talked with them and I figured things out. I met one woman that was the head of all the, what do you call them, at the colleges, the main things that transmit everything, communication-wise. What do you call it? I can't think of it right now. Not satellites, but towers or whatever. And I met her, and that was in a setting where she was really out of place. Just all of a sudden popped up. The yellow, I'm moving around here, just listening to the call. The yellow iridescent chemical that people are seeing all over, I had it all over my yard and fence, and I really believe that it is mustard gas. And they trimmed back my geraniums, and I saw them all lined up in pieces in the back of this woman's truck. And I looked it up online. This is before I knew about what targeting was or anything. And it said that they'll take things like that and make a juice out of it and put different chemicals in it, like sarin. And it can make you from just a little sick to die and everything in between. I'm saying this so that people might be aware. What else? Well, I don't know. I have dents in my forehead where I've had my head feel like it was being crushed for hours at a time. So, I just want you to know, I've looked at your wounds, and I've shown up at the hospital flushed, and I remember this one doctor that looked at me with this big Mickey Mouse smile right in my face. So there's nothing wrong with you. Well, I was severely burned, but it's, as you know, from inside out. And I looked at your pictures, and I'm telling you, I can't even imagine how you must feel. Because I know what I went through, and it was nothing like that, nothing that bad, but it was bad.
No.
And I just think that you're incredible. I mean, the way you just are standing so strong, it's just edifying. And I just want to thank you so much.
Oh, I appreciate that so much. You have no idea. Thank you. The community is what keeps me going. You know, I have no illusions about my life. I really don't. And so there's only one way, you know, to do this, and we just have to keep outing the program and the people who are doing it, and that's my job, because, you know, I don't want my grandkids to be faced with this. I don't want anyone's children to live like this.
No.
And we had, and, you know, the globalists, I mean, they're globalists. I mean, this is the truth. I mean, this is what they want to do. They want to bring everybody under their control. And those of us who are independent thinkers, then we speak out and we're smart or whatever, they don't like it.
No, they don't. I guess not. Well, with me, I mean, I was a whistleblower from what they were doing. These new people moved in back of me with my home. I've been buying for 5.5 years, total 7. And they were cooking drugs and doing just wicked things. I took pictures, and then they took me to court, and the courts ruled against me. I knew I should have got a restraining order before they did. But again, I didn't know what was happening. I was even out there with a hose spraying the air because I couldn't breathe or open my windows or anything. So I guess I did kind of crazy. Yeah, and they were putting smoke up in my living room and in my closets with these hoses I found from their house under my siding. You know, just I could go on for hours and hours. It really knew it 2010. But Arizona, I'd really like to talk with you. I left you a message today. I think I pretty well know what the story is, but I would really like to share some ideas with you.
Okay. Yeah, well, we can talk tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all right for you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
All right. Thank you. Oh,
yeah.
But I don't have your number. I left you a message.
Yeah.
I went through my millions.
I've got yours.
So,
yeah, I've got yours.
I left you my number.
Yeah, I've got yours. So sometimes I don't feel really good in the morning, so it might not happen till the afternoon.
I won't bind you to it. If you feel like it later, then you know what, we can talk another time.
Okay, I think tomorrow might work. So this morning was a little rough, but it got better. So anyhow, good talking to you, Deb.
Thank you. Bye, Midge.
Bye-bye. Are you there, Frank?
I am right here.
Okay. You have a good call. You know that?
Oh, thank you so much. We all enjoy it. It's a fun thing for me because we share. It's medicinal for everyone, I think, because we get to share our experiences, and at the same time, every time someone speaks, they drop a little facet of the puzzle in.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just great.
And, you know, I just remember in the beginning for quite a while how isolated I was and no one to talk to. And I know there's a lot of people like that.
Yeah.
And you have to talk it out. You have to have someone that you can tell these things to and share. So these conference calls are so important.
Yeah, and I can vouch for you, for Frank, for most all of us. The same thing is our families don't believe us. They're like, "Why you?" And I ask the question, "Yeah, why me? I'm not that important. What do I have?" That they're just and the same conclusion kept coming up to me is evil and power and money is just evil for evil's sake. And I'm sending this video again over to Frank. It explains why, because I kept asking why. What's behind it? What is the ultimate goal? And there's this woman, she's an American. Her name is Savali. The only interview she ever gave. She was born into the Illuminati. I'm going to talk about it just briefly. In Germany, in a wealthy family, and her experience, the arranged marriage thing, the time she was 2 and terrorized by her own family, the satanic child ritual abuse she had to witness at the Vatican and the catacombs, where I had been in the catacombs long before I knew anything about any of this. In the 80s, when I was stationed over in the UK, I took a trip to Rome. I just knew something was wrong in my Roman Catholic upbringing. So her name is Savali. I'm going to send that to Frank, and if he wants to send it around, you'll get a better picture as to the real reason, the military behind it, royalty behind it, judges, police, powerful people. It's not just Freemasons. So Freemasons are definitely bottom feeders, and in the end, the people doing the perpetrating are going to be perpetrated on. We know that, right? We know that.
Well, I know that the ones that are participating in this, there's no good ending for them.
Correct. And I pray that God has mercy on their soul. I don't want to hate, because that doesn't help us, and God doesn't want us to do that. And it goes against the fiber of my being to not be angry and to not want to wish them harm. But I have to fight that, because we lose in the end, and I don't want anyone to go down that way. I mean, yes, we're human, and it even talks about in the Bible, we're allowed to have righteous anger. Job had righteous anger. The apostles had righteous anger. Jesus had righteous anger. God had righteous anger. There is such a thing as righteous anger. But then, like you said, we have to take control, and we have to be calm, and we have to be logical, and we have to take a step back and just take some quiet time, find some things enjoyable, whatever little tiny things that you can find enjoyable, and get back to the world. Because the more that we continue our constant rhetoric and focus, as I was doing in the very beginning when I found out about all this in 2014, that I found out about the group, I was toxic to myself, to everyone, and I had to just take a year off, away from everyone and everything, because I was physically making myself so sick. And it's because all of this is so shocking. But then, think of back in the days, in the beginning after Genesis, they had nothing. They had no Bible yet to compare to. So they had nothing to go on. Why possessions happen, why leprosy happened, why blindness happened, why, starvation happened. But at least we know Satan is using every avenue he can, and humans, to do his dirty work. But unfortunately, everybody's going to die, and everybody's going to leave a legacy, good or bad, and everybody's going to have to answer, including myself, to what they did, what they didn't do, what they said, what they thought. But there's power. We have energy. We're made of energy.
Amy, you ought to make a
We have
video.
power.
You should make a video.
No, I don't want to make any books. I don't want to make any videos. I want to leave that to the professionals like you and everybody else. I'm not interested in myself. I'm interested in inspiring, like everybody else, to uplift, to inspire, but to put the truth out there so that when you know who's behind what and how to find ways to overcome, then the fear kind of goes away.
Amy, I'm sorry to make you. pile of questions in the chat. Okay. So just sum up again, hon. Okay.
Okay.
I have a quick question for Midge. Midge,
No, we've got
may I?
in the chat. I'm sorry. Ryan's been there a long time waiting.
Sure. Midge, just real quickly, I'll follow up with an email to you. It's I asked you earlier about the kangaroo court.
Oh.
I'll put that in the subject line. Thank you.
Okay. You bet.
Okay, Ryan.
Hey, how you doing? My name's Ryan.
Oh yeah, where's the man? Is this Ryan?
No, this is Yankee Ryan, not Southern Ryan.
From Massachusetts.
I just want to say thank you to you guys at Target Justice. I can't even imagine the targeting you go through, and the same thing they do to tons of women and children. I don't understand, but also it's super important what you guys are doing, because people that just go through remote neural manipulation sort of targeting, where they might not even understand the level of mind control or directed life they're living and stuff like that. People that don't have proof of this stuff, besides like hopefully getting a traceable signal somewhere, you know. So it's super important that you guys are doing something really awesome for people.
Thank you. We're trying. They've tried to take us down, but a couple of times, but that's not going to work.
Just want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's Ryan. Okay, Chapelweed, did you want to say a couple of words, or have you taken your hand down? Okay. Anybody else would like to ask Midge a question? Now's the time. Okay.
Did you say you were going away for a few months, Midge?
Hi, Sue.
Hi.
I kind of am away. I'm already away from Arizona. I had to fly out. So my plans are to stay away to let my body heal and my spirit heal, and however long that takes. I'm hoping to see key people while I'm away from home. I've because I really need to reach out. I have a couple important people who would like to see me. So I'm trying to do that, but I right now, if I were to see someone, they'd probably run away from me because it's pretty creepy. Plus, when you go through something like this and you have your eyes that are so bad and the muscles are compromised, what happens is that I constantly have to be washing my face and putting on medicine constantly, or Vaseline constantly, because when you're burned so badly, so many times the skin gets real tight, and then what happens is that the skin will crack. It feels like a bunch of paper cuts. So it's a whole process that you go through, and I've been doing this since October every single day. I'm really tired of it. So I'm constantly having to either hop in the shower and wash off this syrupy stuff that my eyes are secreting, and it's not just a little bit, it's like a faucet. It looks like I'm crying, but I'm not crying. And so it's constantly, and I don't know the medical term for this syrupy substance, but it's like mortar, and it's real creepy.
But with all those conditions, you're going to travel by plane to different locations to stay away from your house? How are you planning on doing it? Or you're just going to fly around the country and meet people?
I am in a certain location, and I plan on staying here until I get better. And then if I'm able to meet with these key people, then I will. So, okay. I mean,
I do what I can for the community. I mean, that's what I'm doing.
Hey, Sue, I need you to say a prayer for Midge and the community because you are so good at it. I was looking for you earlier.
I was on earlier, but I tried to step in, but it was kind of busy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was lovely, Sue.
Sure. Okay, everybody, this is the same unity prayer for protection that I usually offer. It's non-denominational. The light of God surrounds us. And visualize that. Visualize the light. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us. The presence of God watches over us. And wherever we are, God is. And so it is.
Oh, that was lovely. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Sue.
And you can always, instead of us, you can say me if you're feeling scared or angry, you know, if you feel vulnerable.
And Sue, I just need to tell you that you have such a nice way about yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, you present yourself so lovely, and it's really calming and very nice.
Thank you. Appreciate you saying that. Well, I work on it. You know, I work on it every day. And very sensitive and empathic to the way other people are feeling. So I try to, you know, my way of helping is not really activism. It's not really legal or any of those things. But I know energy. I know how to work energy. And so that's what I bring.
And, you know, everybody's built differently, and we all have different roles in this fight.
Exactly.
And, you know, it is, you know, the modern day civil rights. It really is. This is a huge civil rights movement that we're all doing. And, you know, trying to get the word out there and trying to wake people up. They have to wake up.
Yeah. They are waking up. I think everyone agrees that, yeah, it's getting out there. There's word, there's images, there's YouTubes, you know, information is flying. So eventually it's got to come to a head. I trust that.
It is. You know, very shortly. It's
yeah. Well, history has shown that when, you know, people are oppressed and treated horribly, that can only last for so long. They will rise up against their tormentors. And that's exactly what we're doing. I said this on Ellen's show that the momentum that is in the community now wasn't there a couple of years ago. I will always say the pump was a real jumping off point. And, you know, I think wonderful things are happening.
Yeah, they sure are. Oh, I just wanted to add something. If you wanted to learn a little bit, you don't know her, Midge, very well, you can go to targetedmassachusetts.org, click on the VIPs, and you'll see a picture of Midge in her background.
Great. Yeah, I think I've seen that already.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a lot of people probably that are new.
Sure.
A lot of people come on here and they say, "Oh, well, gee, you know, why do you keep saying that over and over and over again?" I said, because there's a lot of new people coming through and they have to hear it. So that's why I hear a story twice if I see a whole bunch of new people, and I might add it again. So go ahead, Sue.
Well, I just want to say, Midge, you know, I wish you healing. I wish you strength and courage, because I can feel, you know, what you're going through. And I just, you know, want to send you those three strong angels to keep
Thank
you.
you. You know, this is such a wonderful community. It really is. I mean, it's been some of my darkest days, and I just didn't think that I'd get here. To know that people enjoy torturing you is, it's just so hard to wrap your brain around it. Somebody would get joy out of that.
Midge, there was a study done. I don't know whether you heard about it or not, but they put a man in a chair in one room with a window, and in the second room, they put another man with a button. Now, every time the man in the second room pushed the button, the other guy in the other room that was sitting down strapped to the chair got shocked. So it ended up they had to take the button forcibly away from the guy that was shocking the other guy because he liked it so much. He was hurting somebody and getting away with it. So
there's an old movie about that you should watch. It's called The Box, where someone comes this old man comes to the door and said, if you push this box, I know you're destitute, you need a lot of money. If you push this button in this box, it may hurt or kill someone you won't ever know or meet. And these people, he preys on these people who are really destitute, and they hum and haw it. And there's been remakes on it, and it really tests the soul. So yeah, there is something to that when people are pushed to desperation. But on a positive note, on what Sue is saying, I want to share this positive note about Dr. Masaru Emoto. We know in the Bible it talks about the living water. I didn't take that as literal, but he talks about, he wasn't a Christian, he's agnostic. I don't know if they killed him or if he died of natural causes. He's from Japan. He grew up in Japan, and he did 3 experiments. It said water's consciousness and intent, thoughts, words, actions can affect water molecules, actual water molecules. He did the experiment with rice. Then he did the experiment with plants. So we are energy, and our thoughts and our actions and our words. And I really need practice on working on that because my emotions have just been off the charts, like what Linda was saying of this week, something in the air.
Hi, Frank.
Hello.
Go ahead, Amy. I'm listening
Hi,
to you.
are
Go
you?
ahead.
Hi.
Hi, were you going to read that weaponized cell phone tower thing?
Okay, did you email it to me?
Yeah, I did. And the gang stalking video that was released.
Okay, let me check
Check
my.
it out.
Yeah. So you guys chat for a couple of minutes, and I'll pull up my email. How's that?
Okay.
Does that work?
I'm muting myself.
Okay.
I'm going to send this to you, Frank, and then if you could send it to the group to give them positivity so that they can see if they can find a way, in whatever way, music, prayer, meditation, words, self-talk, that we are energy, and God gave us the strength that we just don't know it. We don't know how to put it into action. I don't know how to put it into action most of the time, but we can change our outlook, our outcome.
Yeah.
Even with all of this, supernaturally or not supernaturally. Because even when the body dies, I saw the experiments where it shows the soul and the spirit actually leaving the body, where they were able to do it, with equipment. So I believe in that kind of love, Thank you, Midge. And I thank you, Midge, and I thank you, Sue, for that beautiful prayer that we needed to hear. I know I did. It's been a tough week.
Oh. Hey, Sue.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Christina. I want to I really appreciate it, the power that you gave us just a little while ago. I mean, you were wonderful by the way you said it. You came right to the point with prayer. And I think prayer has a lot to do with this because, you know, we need our follower too, you know. And without the prayer, we're nobody, you know, we are nobody. But what I wanted to say is, anyways, my organization is Citizens Justice. I'm doing a lot of new things, a lot of good things. And I wanted to just put out there that I have put together where everybody's going to be, I've got like 16 people now that want to run some meetings, and we're going to do this nationwide. We're looking at a date around the 20th of July to do something in Washington, D.C. to get to a Supreme Court and set up something and get a hold of some attorneys out there where they could help us and lead us to the right direction. Now, if anybody's interested,
Okay, when you speak, try not to breathe into the phone, okay? When you talk.
Okay, is that better?
Not really.
I have a really bad cold. I got a cold yesterday. So it must be because of, I have a bad sinus infection or something. But anyway, what I'm trying to tell everybody is that it's getting better, and we're moving forward. And this is great news because there was a young lady that was on there earlier that said that she couldn't help with other communities, and that's what my program is about. Is that you don't have to leave your community. You could put a TI meeting right in your area. And also the big cities, some, like small towns where there's other TIs that haven't come out of the woodwork yet. And this way, we could get the ones that have not come out of the woodwork and give them the good information or anything that, they might need, because there's a lot of people that are in a lot of fear right now. There's still. So anyways, I want to put that out there, and I'd like to give Sue my email address and let her, bring that on to anybody that might be interested in getting this ahead, getting this done.
You go ahead and give your email address out. I don't do a lot of emailing, but maybe other people want to get in touch with.
Well, if you could just send me your information, yeah.
Yeah, so some people could get in touch with you if they want to be a part of what you're doing. So you feel comfortable.
It's great. And I have a girl that already did a march last year in Washington, D.C., and I'm just about to get together with her and hope to God that, this is going to get us to where we need to go. Also, I want to let everybody know we're going to go to the legislation and we're going to have these banned from the United States land once and for all and for good. Because I don't know if everybody knows this, but this started in the 60s,
50s.
Yeah. Well, it could be the 50s. It depends on where you're reading your art, where you're reading your literature from. Because some say the 50s and some say the 60s. Some say 64 and some say 66. So, I'm sorry, 56. So,
I think it
you know,
started
the whole
with
point
Hitler.
is, it's been going on
Give
too
out
long.
your
Can you
just
give
give
out?
out your address so people can write to you
Sure.
if they want.
C is in Candy, MACK 9988 at gmail.com.
Okay.
And if you could send me an email, then I could give you my phone number and see what we could put together. And I'm thinking with all the people that are running these rooms, they could be also, we're also going to be doing videos. We're also going to be doing videos at these meetings. We're going to also be doing where we're going to get affidavits done so we know that we're dealing with the TIs. Also, it's also important that I think it's important to get the public involved too, and tell them our rights are right around the corner from being jerked with, you know. And I hope that every one of you could just, you know, we all get together and one, and we don't have to leave our areas to do this. And that's a wonderful thing. And there will be one leader per each state that will be reported to. So I hope that, you know, you pass the word on, and that, you know, all together, us as a team, you know, we could make this work. Because there's been other stuff, you know, and it's never worked before. And I'm going to tell you why. It's because they've only done periodic meetings here and there and there. Now we're talking serious stuff. Whoever is serious and wants to get this done, it's just
repeat the email, please.
Can you repeat the email?
She said cmath9988 at gmail. My email is su808 at juno.com. If anybody wants to write. But I'm not promising that I'm, you know, going to do a lot of activism with you, Christina. I'm just saying right now. But you're welcome to send me an email if you like to.
Oh, that's great. I found this article, and it is into Defense Intelligence Agency comments on the reality of astral projection.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's a very interesting topic, but I don't think it applies in this particular situation.
Excuse me, Frank, I got disconnected.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, my whole point is my last thing I need to say is that this has been tried out to give meetings. The wonderful thing about this is that nobody has money to be paying for airplanes and travel and this and that. We'll be able to do it in our own community. And my goal is 100,000. Once I hit that goal.
Excuse me? Once you hit the goal?
I think we lost her.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Does anybody else have any questions for me?
I want to hear more about that article you were reading. What does it say? Like, just the bullet points of it.
Okay, I gotta grab it again. Hold on a second.
Oh, okay.
No,
it was just kind of interesting.
Okay, I just picked wrong. I actually have two different Googles, and the one I picked was the wrong one.
Yeah, Frank, guys, they're messing with us again.
Are they?
So basically, that's it. That's my email address. If you could email me, I could send you my number. And
okay,
I'm telling you, this is gonna work this time because we're gonna make sure that this is gonna be consistent, straight, and serious. Because we cannot get no more serious than saving people's lives and getting our freedom where it should be.
That sounds great. Thank you so much for your time and the effort that you've put into that. I'm looking at.
I actually had 3 heart attacks, and October was my last one, all from this crap, and I almost lost my life. And I actually had things going on with Ryan, and it's just that I guess with his calls and everything, we just all could never get together. And like I said, my goal is 100,000. Once I hit the 100,000 bracket, I also got other things going, like we're gonna buy in.
Oops, I think we lost her again. Okay.
All right. Well, the astral
Go
body.
ahead, Frank.
The astral body appears in many different cultures throughout time and throughout the world. In Egypt, the Ka was not the soul of man, but its vehicle. Muldoon and Carrington, 2011, page 22. In the Quran, Muhammad's astral body travels in the Mizra story, and among other sacred and secular texts, the astral body appears in Hindu scripture. So it's practiced and even Christianity. In his article regarding the afterlife, Woogler in 2014 notes that in such journeys in the world, religions and innumerable tribal practices, scholars have described a common pattern of ascent, which is to say, an ecstatic, mystical, or out-of-body experience wherein the spiritual traveler leaves the physical body and travels in her subtle body into higher realms. That's by Daniel Miller.
Wow.
Yeah, and
That's
so
beautiful.
how is it military somehow? What was that connection with the military that you said?
It wasn't my article. It was actually brought up Christy, I think. And I don't think she saw it.
Okay.
I'm Christina. I came back. I don't know what's going on with your calls, Frank, but do you have constant problems on here or what? I know Ryan does.
No, this is a gigabit system.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I can read the rest of this, but we have Midge here, and we should direct some questions at Midge. And we have to go. It's driving me nuts.
You know, I do have a question for Midge. I was wondering.
I have a question for Midge.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, Midge.
Hey, hi.
You had a consultation or visits or appointments with Dr. Hildegard?
Saniger?
Hildegard, okay. What did she do for you? As you know, what was the outcome of you seeing her?
She did a hair analysis and a patch test because I had been poisoned several times, and so I have the results of all that. And then I was scanned by Melinda Kidder before she retired, and then Hildy, what she does is that she follows up with she completes this diagram. She does a huge report about the implants and who owns the implants and what they're used for, and does this huge diagram and this huge report. So I have all that from Hildy.
How does she know who? How does she go about determining who owns your chips?
Because she's been doing this a while, and Hildy, she's an industrial toxicologist. She has her PhD. She used to work for Lockheed Martin before it became Lockheed Martin, when it was Martin Marietta. So she very much understands understands all this stuff and how deep it can get, and how I guess spooky and weird, because it does involve, if you want to call it the Illuminati, the globalists, however, whatever you want to call it, Satanists. And so she understands it all. I mean, it's quite amazing what she knows. Absolutely.
But did they remove a chip from you and determine that, or did they X-ray it and determine that? I mean,
Melinda Kidder had like I forget how many machines that would do these different scans, and she did it at a hotel in Connecticut, and there were several of us that got scanned that day, and so that's how they do that. There's special machinery to do the scans.
oh, okay. And none of them were able to just remove them from you?
You have to have them specially removed. There's no one at the moment to do that. The doctor that was removing some of the implants, they took her down. And so I heard there was another doctor in LA who is a well-known doctor on TV. I can't really say his name. But anyhow, he was going to remove some implants very recently of someone, and he got warned. Somebody visited him in person at his office, and he was ordered not to remove anything.
By whom?
And he got threatened by a government official.
Is that right?
That is absolutely true. And so he told Hildy that he had never had this happen before in his career. So, these folks are serious about this stuff. They're making money off of it.
Well, we're going to have to get more serious. That's the answer.
Mm-hmm.
We are.
We are going to get more serious, because this is a bunch of bull. You know what?
Yeah, we're kicking butt all the way down the field, I'll tell you, because I see it every day. I get the emails every day. They're the same ones that you get, probably, or but the same patterns, at least. Movement is increasing by numbers astronomically.
Yes, it is. And the people coming forward, because we've had so many different, like I said, whistleblowers that have come in person and are telling us things. And what I am finding is that the professionals are coming forward, whereas before they were too scared. There's also a lot of military that's being targeted, and they're afraid to say anything. We did Targeted Justice did a huge research about the suicides that are going on, and some aren't suicides at all. They're suicided. Right. There's a lot of freaky stories out there. So there was a psychiatrist that did did a study about soldiers that they're finding. It's called Dead in Bed. You can Google it, and they're finding all these soldiers. So they're fine the night before, and the next morning they are dead in their bed, and it's called the Dead in Bed Report. Yeah.
There was somebody that had a list of names. Are you familiar in how to get a hold of that list? Because if there's a way they could find out, if my name's on there.
Oh, what list are you talking about?
There was a list that people that are on this blacklist, I consider a blacklist. The list, our people are on it. Is there any way you have knowledge and how to find out?
I've not seen a list. I've not seen a list with our names on it.
Because somebody was on Ella's line some time ago.
Yeah, you know what happened? Yeah, what happened there? I know who that was. What happened was that I taught her how to do some of the searches that I do, and she saw something, and I hate to say it, but made more of it than what it was. And I kept telling her that she really needed to research. It was just a list of names, but this is what happens in real estate, and this is how the illegal loans are coming into play. So the cabals say they build a resort or a bunch of condos, and or even they buy, say they're going to open up do a cemetery. They can only so each plot they can only take so many in their name, and so then they have to get creative. And so this is how they're using our social security numbers and names. And so because if you have 200 condos in this one unit, they're getting loans to build those condos under different people's names and social security numbers. So I had told this person I thought that's what was happening, but I myself, I've not been able to find a specific list, everybody's name on it. I have found different things with different people's names on it that I have given them. I have identified the equipment that's being used in Arizona with TIs. I have identified where the computer systems are in these underground bunkers for the AI program. I have identified the businesses that are involved, which we all should be marching in front of and protesting big time to shut them down, dare them. And so because of my work, then, the targeting is very, very severe. So,
yeah.
But,
can you say where are some of those AI bunkers? Are you allowed to say that?
I have the address. It's one of the books that I'm ebook. It'll be a free book that I'm writing.
Okay.
And so you wouldn't, you don't live in Arizona, so it wouldn't really mean anything.
I do live in Arizona.
Wait a minute, you live in Arizona?
Uh-huh.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I think I told you before. When you were going by Yaya back then.
Oh, well, you know what? Why don't you call me and I'll tell you? Because this is so big. It's so big that I was.
I expect it to be nationwide, not just in the Southwest.
No, but they haven't. It's very specific in nature, and so also the computers are put in modular units that are dispersed throughout the entire state of Arizona, and I have all those addresses.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. I have the companies they're involved. This is just crimes against humanity is just so huge.
Yeah.
It really is huge. Absolutely horrible.
Archdioceses are definitely involved.
Yeah. It's just unbelievable to me. I still just have such a hard time with it that this is being done to other people. And, and I keep saying I've just been so lucky because I have a specialist, for this rare disease. And I was sharing stuff with her, and she believed me right off the bat. And she said she knows about it because she has some colleagues that are being targeted in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And so she, luckily, she believed me. But Judge Hancock in Prescott, she has encouraged me to tell everybody and anybody and to keep talking about it, she said, and don't stop. And I've been instructed to go to all of my legislators and speak with them. And so I have the transcripts that proves of what I'm saying. She's a really lovely lady.
Yeah.
So I feel like I've gotten pretty far, and I've got all the pieces to the puzzle.
A lot of the
But,
pieces.
yeah, I think so. But there's some things that I don't broadcast. I have to keep some things very private.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, you know, these big corporations and stuff, they don't want you out there outing them and saying certain things. But I will say this is kind of creepy, guys. My grandson said to me, now he's in the 4th grade, he said to me one day, I bought him some high-end tennis shoes, and he showed me one day that the Illuminati symbol was imprinted under the tongue of his high-end tennis shoes. And he said to me, Yaya, do you know what the Illuminati is? And I said, oh, how do you know that word? And he goes, oh, yeah, we know it. We know about it.
Yeah,
and then he showed me his tennis shoe, and I go, get out. And there it was a seeing eye for the Illuminati symbol. And he goes, don't take a picture and put it on Facebook. Please don't take a picture and put it on Facebook. So I said, oh.
What brand of sneakers was that?
I don't want to say.
Oh, come on. They're public, right? They're public traded company?
Yeah. No, I really don't want to do that. I've got enough big people after me. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Right.
I mean, if somebody's famous, like, you know, a doctor on TV, what's the secret? You know, what? Because they're out there. They put themselves out there, so it's not on you. It's not your fault.
I know.
You know.
I've just got enough rich people after me with a lot of money that I need to kind of somewhere draw the line. Yeah, because it has nothing to do with my party.
No, I do understand that. I'm just saying those big companies that they, you know, they're out there. They're putting their little brands on things. And I mean, they should be ashamed of themselves.
Well, yeah, especially on a child sneaker, right? And then he came home one day and he goes, do you know about conspiracy theories? And I went, oh, how do you know about that? Well, what they're teaching the kids in school is not to listen to the people who are, you know, considered conspiracy theories or who are talking about it. So they're trying to steer the kids away from the truth and the people who are speaking the truth.
Oh.
So this is what's being taught.
Well, Midge, wait a minute here. The minute I was ever told not to do something, that's what I did. So that's
the party.
What kids do. The minute you tell them not to listen to conspiracy theories, that's the first thing that they're going to pull up on their phone.
Absolutely. Well, don't think I didn't say a few things, right? Yeah.
Now, another thing, I'm just noticing, or not just, but the other day, the film that I was in, I just pulled it up because they have a guy when the
that's right, you were in Hollywood.
When the spaceship flew by him, he got burned, and now he's being interviewed in a hospital, and his burns look just like yours. Now, this film was made in 1980, so they knew way back when, you know, what microwave burns are, radiation burns are. Looks, you know, the pink skin with the red blotches.
They're blotchy, exactly. And, you know, every single state has a radiation regulatory agency. They are not doing their job.
No, nobody's doing their job on this stuff.
Nobody, right. They opened up an investigation at one point, and then they shut it down. And someone's got to start stepping up to the plate and doing the right thing.
Well, they're trying to get oversight now in the Senate committees and the House committees because there's been no oversight. So, you know, some of the Patriots are trying to get oversight over the globalists. It's not Republican and Democrat, you know, it's just trying to curtail a lot of the abuses. What I'll do is I'll take a screenshot of this, of the guy, and send it to you, and you'll see if it does not look, it looks very similar to what you've gotten. Of course, on film they'll overdo it a little, but
Right.
and his eyes were burned. So that's interesting because they've known about all this stuff, and there's a lot of
Sure.
mind control in this movie. The movie, by the
Oh,
way, in
boy.
case you want to see it, when everybody has spare time, of course, it's on YouTube. It's called The Aliens Are Coming, and it was done in
Oh,
1980. It's a fun little film,
okay. Have to
and
look
I'm a
at that.
star in it. So
Really? Oh.
yes, with Eric Braden, who is on Young and the Restless, and his real name is Hans Gudegast, and I met Hans when I fell in love with his friend in 1964. But we won't go there. And then Tom Mason was the lead. I thought it was going to be a series. This is the pilot. And Tom is just so appealing and just so charming. Ugh. Everybody fell in love with Tom. But it didn't sell, unfortunately. But it has some good stuff in it. And it was shot at Hoover Dam, a lot of it. And Hoover Dam is a big Illuminati. If you ever see a thing, all the tile work is Illuminati. Everything. They have all the symbols there. So some people feel that the Hoover Dam is going to be one of the things that's going to be destroyed.
Yeah, there's going to be big things happening there.
So I'll get a screenshot and I'll call Ella for your email.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay.
And
I'm not going to call you because you're going to have 85 calls tomorrow. So forget me tomorrow.
Well, because this is so personal, the whole thing is extremely personal for me. But the day that I walked down the aisle to get married to my ex-husband, I had been radiated. I didn't know what it was.
What?
Yeah, because he was afraid I wasn't going to go through with it.
Oh, that bastard.
And so it was, a form of mind control. And so I didn't know what happened to my face, and I kept saying to everybody, what's going on with my face? And I had to wear a lot of makeup on the day that I got married. And then I had to get a steroid shot after the wedding. And he said to me, oh, I forgot. Yeah, you have to get a steroid shot. And I didn't know what he was talking about. I thought, for what? But so he clearly understood what was happening. And then I know of other people that we both know, and there's been two family members that they too have been assaulted and burned. So,
hey, Midge.
This is a bad man.
This is Barbara Gillette. This is Barbara Gillette again.
Hey, memoir.
Right. I've been reading this book, and I think that maybe you might be interested in it. It's called Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How by Theodore John Kaczynski. Now, Theodore John Kaczynski was the Unabomber, and the reason he was jailed and not killed is because the feds wanted to tap his mind. He's brilliant. He's a genius. And they did. He wrote this book. And everything that you want to know about what's going on right now in the countries is in this book.
Okay. I'll have to read it. Thank you.
I read it, and I am just overwhelmed. I'm gobsmacked. I'm terrified.
Oh.
Because it lays it out in plain language that anyone can understand of what's going on and what's going to happen. And I have I've read his other book, and he's spot on. He's really, for instance, yesterday, do you know who Robert Reich is?
No.
He's a professor at Berkeley, the little short guy. You've never seen
I
any
know.
of his videos?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
His latest video, he outlined Agenda 21
Oh wow.
to a T, to the point where my jaw fell on the floor. He did not
Wow.
name it. He did not name it, but he outlined it. The other videos that I watched on YouTube was a Dr. Kerry Balaban.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever heard of him?
No.
And the other, there were three more. One was Harrow. Was it? I think it's Harrow. Michael Harrow. Anyway, the videos follow each other in a sequence. They're at this forum, and these four, one's a PhD, the other three are doctors. And who these people are, Dr. Carey and Harrow, is they examine the patients from the embassy in Cuba, and they use our language to describe what happened to them.
Oh, I see.
So I think that they must have read a lot of our complaints and language that we've developed, because the targeted community has developed a certain language to fit our situation. And they have used this language. The other thing is he talks about, that they use frequencies. They can put it in a house at various spots and they will chase bugs and rodents out. He states that he believes that what they've done is they've powered these up so that they affect people. Yeah. The other thing that he's mentioned that I've read and heard and talked about a lot of other targets is the fact that they're using the electrical system in the house. They've tapped into it and are using that against us.
Absolutely.
He mentioned that.
Yep.
And he mentioned several others. And they also, I didn't realize that, I know that the mind control and the triggers and the suggestions go through the ears. I did not realize that they can go through the sinus and they can go through the eyes, I believe, he said.
Yes, it can. Absolutely.
So and he has these diagrams and he explains it. And V2K, as far as Mike Mason explained that to me, he said that the reason V2K is called V2K is because it's the second trigeminal part of the trigeminal nerve, and that's what it's named after, because it affects that and it goes straight to the brain.
Oh.
So he sent me a little picture, a drawing of how it worked. So I'm just stunned. I don't know what to think. I don't know. It's the first time in my life I haven't had any plans for what I wanted to do in the future. I have a great granddaughter, and I'm going to tell my great granddaughter's mother, don't have any more children.
Oh, I know. I feel the same way with my daughter.
Don't have children. If you do, wait 20 years. Because as far as what Theodore Kaczynski has outlined in here, I think you'll find it very informative. The first part of it is he gets into it a little bit slow. I'm on page 70, so he's really warming up to his subject here. I'm terrified.
Oh.
I don't know what
Yeah.
to do.
Oh. Well,
I
I
really
think
don't know
we're
where
on
to
the.
go or who to talk to or plans for. I assume I might have 10 more years, but my family will have a lot more years to live through. And, what do you do? How
Do
can I
what we're
tell
doing.
them? Do I tell them and terrify them? Do I have them read the book too? What do I do?
Yeah, I have to be really careful and walk a fine line with that because you don't want to ostracize yourself and push your family away, which oftentimes that's what happens because they just get too scared.
Well, my family knows what targeting is. They've both been subjected to consciously having triggers hit them in the head. My daughter was helping me start my car, and we both got pulsed with the same pulse. And as it went by both of us, we both looked at each other and said, "Start the car." And then we turned around and both looked back at the house where it came from.
Oh.
My grandson drove me to this new apartment, and he sat, and as we parked, he said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No, I didn't hear that." "What did he say?" Never mind. I don't want to talk about it." Okay.
Oh, wow.
But he knows about it. They all know about it.
Yeah, I just don't want to scare my family too much. I mean, my kids know, but I don't tell them too much. Let them enjoy their lives,
Well,
I do have an announcement to make that I received something from Richard Lighthouse that he would like me to talk about.
Okay. I'll shut
Okay.
up.
So this comes from Richard Lighthouse, and this is what it says. The Academy of Sciences, nas.edu, they have been hired to whitewash and cover up the Cuban diplomats' microwave targeting, just like the Warren Commission after the after JFK was murdered. So this is how they're going to try to cover this up. And what we need to do is we need to write letters to or emails to the Academy of Sciences. We can't let them get away with this.
I don't think they covered anything up.
But they're trying to shut it down and they're trying to cover it up. And then I heard this through the grapevine yesterday that the doctor in Florida that's doing a report, he is now under investigation. But I don't know if that's true or not because I haven't been able to
find his name,
validate the sources. I have the doctor's name.
Hoffer.
What's his name?
Dr. Hoffer.
Yeah, Dr. Hoffer.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Okay. But what we must not do, we must not let
I think it's
the Academy of Sciences, cover this up. It's very crucial that we hold them accountable.
Well, these 4 videos were in spring of 2018, and they're still up on YouTube. So,
okay. Thank you, Barb.
See the name of the doctor again?
What?
The doctor's name?
Yeah. Okay. Let me go look. I put them in my notes over here.
Hoffer.
Yeah. Hoffer. It's Hoff. Melinda, what is it? Hoff. Hoffer.
Right. That's one of them.
Because
the other one is Balaban. Carrie Balaban.
Oh, Carrie. Callahan, did you say?
B as in boy. A L A B A N. Balaban. Then there were 2 more. One was he's at the George. He's he's a weapons person. He's weaponized a lot of technology. He talks about that, and he also talks about what's the the tiny stuff they're sticking in you. I forget. Isn't that
Chip.
awful?
Nano?
Nanotechnology. He said right in his speech, he says you don't have to worry about nanotechnology. He says it's a reality.
Wow.
So
And
he takes
and my
chips
jaw
out.
just opened.
Does
Yeah,
he
the
take
fourth
chips
one.
out or what?
The fourth one I didn't listen to that well because he was really boring, and I felt he was a poor speaker. But I think he was a psychiatrist or a psychologist. By that time, listening to the three of them, I was kind of burnt out too.
Mitch?
Yes.
Hi, this is Lonnie. I'm in Washington State.
Hi, Lonnie. Sure. Hi.
I'm coming kind of late here, but I did hear in the originally about a year ago, whenever it was that the Cuban information came out. I was watching Fox News and Brett Bauer, I think is his name. I believe it's on Sunday, but I remember him saying something that they don't always say. He said, "This has just come out," and he said, "We will follow up on this." So I don't know whether they've done anything else or not, but it caught enough of his attention to say that he was definitely, going to do something. And he might be someone to, pressure to follow up more and more.
Okay, thanks, Lonnie.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
I think.
One other thing, can you hear me? It's Melinda.
Yes,
Okay,
Melinda.
I see a lot of videos, and one thing they do say, and I know some people won't agree with this, but when Barbara was saying she was frightened, and yes, it is very scary. One thing they all say is make your relationship with God strong. Put on the full armor of God. Every one of those people, the scientists, the citizen journalists, all of them say that. So if you don't believe in God, find something you do believe in and
right on.
And
Melissa, they're going to say that anyway.
Oh, Barbara, I'm reporting. Don't yell at me. I'm the messenger.
I'm not yelling.
They all say that. And one thing is when they say put on the full armor of God, and I read that in the Bible, where that comes from. And to me, it's helped me a great deal. And I've never really, been overly, I'm spiritual, not religious. But
if you want to control the mass of people, you do it in two ways. You do it through patriotism or religion. And since 9/11, I've added fear to that. And that's from Alexis de Tocqueville in Democracy in America.
I understand de Tocqueville. I am not into fear at all.
Yeah,
religion. I cannot have fear
patriotism.
enter my life.
Okay,
So, however, the only thing I'm truly afraid of is if I commit a sin that God will punish me, which He has when I have. So I believe in repentance and communication and your own relationship with whomever. For me, it's God. That's all. Don't talk when I'm talking to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Melinda. I have one more question for Midge, and maybe she's getting tired.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? Can I give her the other three names of the doctors?
I thought you did that already.
No, Dr. James Giordano, Georgetown University. Dr. Michael Hoffer, University of Miami. Dr. Carrie Balaban, University of Pittsburgh. Dr. James Canton, he was the boring one, Institute for Global Futures. I wrote a letter to two of them. The other one, I'm going to mail a letter to both of them. And that's about it. Okay.
Then Barb, can you give me those two names again? I got Hoffer.
Hoffer, H-O-F-F-E-R.
Yeah, got that.
And Dr. James Canton, Institute for Global Futures. Dr. Carrie Balaban, University of Pittsburgh. Dr. James Giordano, Georgetown University. He's the guy that talked about the weaponized stuff.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you'll find the videos interesting.
Okay.
I know I do. Go ahead, whoever was
Yeah.
going to ask you a question.
Okay, so I just want to just quickly ask you, if your husband knew that you needed a steroid shot after getting burned, would that be a suggestion for a lot of people with injuries to have some steroidal supplements to deal with the pain, or you think?
Yeah, this because what happens is the body swells and the brain starts swelling, and so the steroid is a must. And and so
and how can we get that without really going to doctors? Is there a nutritional supplement or something that has a steroidal
ice
type,
Get a gel pack. Put the gel packs in your freezer. I use them all the time. It's the only thing that saved my sanity.
We're talking about hang on, we're talking about something. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, no, it's a steroid. You have to get a steroid shot, and that helps to bring down the swelling because everything starts swelling, including the brain. Yeah. And so the steroid will bring the brain down. They'll also give you prednisone pack to take for a whole week. I mean, I just had two steroid shots.
How often do you get shots like that? Are you on a regular maintenance?
Like that? No. It's only when I get burned really badly. No, you can't do steroids very often.
Yeah.
So, So, anyhow.
All right, that's interesting. I haven't heard anybody talk about that before.
Oh, and you can feel it because you get the worst headache because the swelling is being brought down in the brain, and it can get pretty bad. So,
okay,
yeah,
interesting.
How old were you then?
Huh?
How old were you?
How old?
You got married.
Oh, yeah. It's immaterial because we did not marry later on in life.
What's sad is that I'm wondering if maybe he was groomed and born into Illuminati Freemason family, and maybe that's why. Maybe
that's
was
not
brainwashed?
Why. No, he's gone through a satanic ritual.
Oh, so he was into Santeria?
Did he really believe in a satanic cult? I mean, did he really believe that? Or was it just an excuse to do what he wanted to do?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I don't know. He had it done before we got married, but he went through a ritual. He has a forked tongue.
So he believes in it.
A forked tongue like a snake?
Yes. Yeah, he.
Oh,
he had a
total idiot.
Yeah, he had a procedure done. He went through some kind of a ritual before we were married, and
wow.
And I just know he didn't have that in high school, so.
Shocking.
Yeah.
That
so he's
so
gone
shocking.
through some kind of a ritual, but every now and
then. You knew him.
Can I ask you a question, Midge? And I hope you won't feel insulted. When you saw this tongue, why didn't you just turn around and walk away?
Oh, because you're in love. I've been madly in love with this guy all my life, and then
I
sorry. So sweetheart. Yeah.
Hey,
You're
you know what? Sweetheart. He never told me what happened, and so I didn't think anything of it. I really didn't. And so, we had a lot going on in our life, and so I don't want anyone to be critical of me because I'm not critical of you.
I don't mean to be critical. I really apologize for the question first.
It's very, it sounds very simple for someone. I guess you're kind of judging me, and I kind of resent it.
No, I'm not judging you.
Well, you know what, Memoir, you have a way of getting under people's skin, and maybe
I
you're
know.
not very sensitive. You're not very sensitive.
Well, come on,
And
Midge. Somebody has a
no,
forked tongue. You're going to ask them what the hell happened to your tongue. I would. I wouldn't
you know what? I'm
stand
not
there
going to
and
answer
say,
any more
what?
personal questions. I put myself out there, and so forget it. I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
Yeah, but especially you. You're a religious person.
It has nothing to do with you.
Can I change the subject?
Targeting.
Yeah, change
Can
the
I
subject.
change the subject?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
move on.
You know who
Let's
Ted
do,
Gunderson is, right? You know who Ted Gunderson is?
Yes.
You heard? I never met the man, but you know, everybody was talking such nice things about him, and all the hard, you know, work that he did with the FBI in LA. Here's what I found out. Well, when I first found out about the group, 2014, I started doing research, and I don't believe in coincidences, and I don't believe in luck. I never have. I believe there's a reason for everything, good, better, and different. I stumbled upon Michael Aquino, who was Army Lieutenant Colonel and a Satanist and works for the NSA. And of course his daughter is true and, you know, whatever, into all that. So, you know, she was born into the lifestyle, the kids were born into the lifestyle, they accepted that. That was their way of life. They didn't know anything else. Well, Anton LaVey also opened up the church. They both opened up the Church of Satan, or Set, Temple of Set, in the Presidio in San Francisco in 1969. 1969, there's something about numerology, right? Well, that was weird enough. So I started digging more into LaVey's background. I found out the connection of Ron L. Hubbard was buddies with him, and this 66 or 33 degree dragon, whatever, in with the Crowley family, which Barbara Bush was a Crowley. She was born as a sacrifice in the UK. This is the connection. And then I actually was looking for a spiritual warfare advisor and thinking maybe I need some spiritual warfare prayer or deliverance. Not that I'm demonic, but, you know, I just need, maybe I have some spiritual, you know, whatever around me. So I look up this list, and who do I find? I find the son of Antoine LaVey. I thought I was talking to a female. When I found out his real name is Jess, Anthony Jess. He lives up in Yucaipa. We became friends and talking on the phone. I never judged him, never once judged him. He became a Christian. He said he was castrated at 10 years old. His dad kidnapped him. His dad was a San Francisco cop in San Francisco. His dad went to Berlin. He cannot, that's where Bavaria and Berlin, that is where the major hub of the satanic Luciferian Illuminati is. His father, for whatever reason, cannot come back. Anyway, he was close friends with Ted Gunderson, and I said, did you know he died? And he's like, no, I knew his health was failing because he was investigating my father and these satanic cults going on in LA, which there's all these fusion centers and whatever, Santa Barbara, LA, San Bernardino, you know, kind of all over. It's still that way. I said, how did you have a normal life? He got a deliverance from some people that believed in him. He had a lot of people hound him for interviews. He changed his name and kind of went into hiding, lives in a trailer park. You know, he was married for many years to a wonderful woman, had several kids, loving kids, lived a very meager life, said property is very cheap up there, so I might go up there and check it out. But, you know, he told me so many things that happened, so many things. And I said, well, would you be willing to speak to the group? And he has a landline. He doesn't have a cell phone, doesn't use a computer. I myself, I don't do any social media whatsoever. And like Sue, I don't do emails other than I'll send things to Frank and I'll look up things on my Android, but I use my flip phone, which they're going to get rid of the flip phones because they know we can get around, them in all kinds of ways. They're going to get rid of them in June this year. So that's not going to be good. But anyway, so long story short is there is redemption. People can come back from it. I looked up John Ramirez, this famous pastor in New York that this guy, Brian too, kept mentioning. And I'm like, oh, who's this pastor? What's so great about him? So I looked him up, and this guy, this old guy, he did deliverances. They did murder him. But there's John Ramirez, who actually was a real Satan's son, doing all this dirty stuff, born into a Luciferian family, turned Christian, and now he goes around the circuit and he tells people it's real, but you have power. You have power over all of your choices and decisions, and you can overcome anything. And yes, God is supernatural, things that we cannot describe or we cannot find a reason for. There are still miracles. We have to look a little harder. We have to keep our eye focused on the prize, and that's each other, and not judging each other, not being rude to each other, even if we don't understand. Just say, that's not been my experience. It's not been my experience. I don't understand that, but maybe I will at some point. I don't understand that because that wasn't my experience yet. Because we all have different experiences, right? So,
by far, absolutely.
And I think maybe God's allowing this to bring us to love, to bring us to compassion, to bring us together in this fallen world. Look what he did to Job. Maybe we are the modern day, I don't want to say apostles because I'm far from that. I'm not this holy roller. I'm not religious. I love all different cultures of all different spiritual denominations. As long as you believe in something higher than yourself, you're not going to be fearful. You're going to try harder to work on love, whether it's karma, whatever you want to call it. I've learned so much from so many people, from so many different religions. I've gone to even some of their, Buddhist meetings. So for us to just be open-minded now more than ever, and to just try really hard to suppress judgment, and it's hard. It's not easy, but we have to get past this arguing and and I understand Barbara and people like others. She's a good person, I'm sure. Had some bad experiences, and so she doesn't want to talk about God or spirituality, and that's, I respect that.
Wait a minute. Don't even impose what you think on my philosophy, because I did not.
I don't know your philosophy. I just know that you hate it when.
I did not have bad experiences.
Okay, this is where I come in and say,
Frank,
I don't want you to ruin this tape with an argument. Thank you. We have a very special guest, and I'm not going to have an argument on here. Do you both understand?
Can I please explain something to Amy?
No, you may not. And
why?
She may not explain anything to you. Handle it out of this realm, okay? Thank you so much. I have respect for you both. That's why I'm saying this. So just let the tape roll, and we'll keep the tape clean. Thank you both.
Yeah, that's good. Maybe Midge is getting tired because she's been on for a long time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
I'm
to
just
go
wondering.
because I have to. My eyes are bleeding, and I have to go. And
Yeah, I know.
Midge, and call us up and let us know how you're doing, okay?
I will. Frank, thank you. I really appreciate that you asked me to do this, and I'd like to come on again sometime.
You're here.
You know, we all must work together. Arguing and arguing over, personal things is not the answer.
Yeah, well, people, yeah, it's not the answer.
Exactly. And so to be critical of one another is doesn't work. So we all must come together and work together to bring this to an end. And so there are so many great people in this community, and I really commend someone like yourself, Frank, who is a moderator and takes the time to do these shows and to listen. I mean, it takes quite an effort and a commitment.
I love to do it.
Yeah, so that's really, really wonderful. So
this is a war, and
yes,
everybody's a TI. Nobody's a general. We all work together, but we do need leadership. So, with that,
and everyone's being targeted on this planet because you've got, the chemtrails, you got the vaccine. I mean, you can just go on down the line. Everybody's a target as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
We just need to clean up our act. Yeah, and stop this program. So anyhow, guys, thank you so much. And it was great talking to you all.
Have a good night.
Okay, good night, you guys. Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Thanks, Frank. Bye-bye.